What's up, people? How's it going? Someday, if I play enough Half-Life, I will have a full life. Let's deal with our cable. How am I liking the game so far? It is very boring, but I'm hoping that it picks up. It could just have a slow start and it could get better. The Q&A last time was a real banger. Well, you know, sometimes Q&As are good. Sometimes Q&As are boring like Half-Life Alyx. Let me switch the mic to the device. The appropriate device. Okay, now we are on the HMD. What did I think of them releasing guidelines how to stream the game properly before the game even came out? I don't know. I feel like that could be lame or not lame depending on what it says, and I didn't see what it said. Like that's not unusual these days. Like higher budget games definitely give review guidelines to reviewers. Maybe that's new for streamers, but it's not new for reviewers. I don't know. Contribution of the game to VR gaming appears to be good graphics rather than good gameplay. I would agree with that. Like the VR controls feel very gimmicky to me right now. Like in every case, I would rather be playing on mouse and keyboard. One thing I really like about VR, let me tilt the camera up. One thing I really like about VR is the way that you can look around a space, right? And explore and search for things and see information. And this game doesn't really use that. So it doesn't use what I think is the strongest thing about VR, except as graphics. The controls, the game, it doesn't give you that much ammo, right? Like the game design that they're doing is like, you only get, I don't know how many, like 11 or 12 shots with the pistol and you have to reload, and you only get like 7 at most shots with the shotgun and you have to reload, and then shotgun ammo is really scarce and stuff. And so what that means when a game does that is it's expecting you to like weapon switch a lot, right? And in a classic Half-Life game or any other shooter, weapon switching is a solid, reliable thing, right? You just hit the number key and it comes up. In this game, you have to like use the shitty touch controller on here to pop up a menu and then move your hand over to the thing, and there's no tactility to it. You have to do it by visual judgment, right? And then pick the thing, and sometimes the menu comes up in a weird place, like it's crammed too close or what. I don't know what that looks like for you guys, but when that happens, if it's even on the screen, but like it's a really sucky weapon switching UI. In every case, I would rather just like hit the analog stick or something to switch weapons. Or I would rather have a D-pad on this frickin' controller, honestly, and use that. So that's lame. So it's like the game design seems to push you toward weapon switching, but weapon switching is terrible. So I don't know. Somebody's fired for that. All right. I hear the Valve title screen music, so let me jump in there. Okay, there's one controller. It doesn't even draw the controllers. Okay, now it is. Whoa. Yeah. Okay, is everything good, people? Can we see the Half-Life Alyx and the menu? Like, what? Why is this menu following me? Stop it. Just stay. Like, what even just happened? You're good? You can see. Okay, good. Good. We like it when there are no initial setup problems, unlike yesterday when Steam crashed twice. Like, what is going on? Why did that menu just move forward to there? Like, I'm over here. How does that help me? Like, I'd rather it just stay still. I really don't understand some of the design decisions made in this game. Okay, we're trying to get a good fit, a good product market fit of the VR headset on my head, which is always impossible, but we try anyway. All right, is or will be. So this is, why is it called is or will be and not slime cave full of exploding barrels? That would be a more accurate title. I feel like I'm going to need to tilt the monitor this way again to get more of the room. All right. Slime cave full of exploding barrels. Dude, Valve should have funded me to make a VR puzzle game. It would have been so good. Just imagine the cool puzzle solving you could do in a space like this. Oh my God. All right, slime cave. So you can sort of do this fast switch between your hand and the gun, right? If I just tap the pad, that still sucks compared to tapping a button because it's like a, see how I'm failing sometimes? Like right there, I failed. Because it's like, it's not a button, it's just a touchpad, and that's unreliable. So I don't even want to use that. But then you can't actually switch between weapons with that. You can only go hand to not hand. So you, like hand to not hand, you don't need to be fast about. What you need to be fast about is like, pistol to shotgun. Oh, I'm already feeling kind of sick. Oh, what just happened there? All right. Wait, are some of the barnacles dead? Before, I believe there were 2 barnacles here. Oh, there are.
So, this whole 3-year wrestle plan. You think you'd have a job for me?
Job? Alyx, you invented the Alyx. Of course you can have a job.
We could be partners.
Oh, well, there would be stock options. 5 to 10 year vesting period, obviously. Could be very lucrative for you, Alyx.
See, yesterday I was right here and shooting this guy, and I shot a barrel, so that's not good.
Sounds good. Alyx?
I guess that orange is when I put my head through a wall or something. See, my problem here is I want to reload, but it doesn't let me save bullets, which is lame. Oh, here we go. This is a good opportunity.
3 mags left.
This feels like a trap. Like, should I try to open those lockers? Bro. See, when you're using guns in real life, you can just feel the weapon, even if it's out of your sight. Like you can come down to your side and pull something out of a holster. And you can't do that with this UI. So it's like, it's really not, and you can do that with a keyboard, right? Which is why a keyboard's better. Because you can feel the keyboard. All right, we're gonna investigate. Uh-oh. We aggroed a monster, probably. We don't want to miss him. Why does he have like an ammo clip? Okay. Actually, it vibrates when you're out of ammo, I think. All right, so I'm going to wait for him to come around here. And then there's no barrel in the background, and I can just hose him down. But I think he's down to one shot. I don't know. Come on, bro. Where'd you go? What is wrong with that dude's animation? It's so, like, glitchy. Do you have a barrel? No. Oh, come on. Shoot. Misuse of weapon. Alright, well. Why is my hand? I can't see my hand. Like, usually... Alright. I can't unlock these. Can't turn on the power, probably. I mean, these look like I want to open them, but I can't, I guess. All right. See, this would be a cool, like, dude, just imagine the frickin' puzzle game that you could make here. Imagine the really good puzzles. That's a medical hypo over there. No. Do I have anything in this one? No. So I have 2 med hypos, which is good because yesterday I almost frickin' died. I guess I have officially died once due to barrels going off, but I haven't ever died due to normal HP loss yet. It's so weird because the backpack seems very well tuned. Like, I never fail to put something in my backpack as far as I can tell. But, like, I very frequently fail the little grab. So, like, I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what their tuning criteria were for each of these things. Although I'm doing better at it now. I'm not failing as often to pull those things. Ugh, let me move here. I'm not failing as often, but like, I was still failing after several hours yesterday. Okay, so usually I've been slower to shoot those guys because I've been like, maybe it doesn't do as much damage when they're flinching like that, but it doesn't seem to matter. So I guess you can just dump rounds into them. Oh, this is awkward, dude. This doesn't, like, if I'm pulling the trigger on this controller, I don't really have anywhere to put my thumb that's safe. I mean, I can put it here, but I might accidentally, oh, I can't move. I have to pull it back awkwardly and put it on the stick. Yeah, this controller is not ideal for what I want to do in this game. See, that looks like it would be safe to shoot, but I'm not going to do it. Oh. Where'd that head crab go? Oh, there it is. See, I don't...
Alyx?
God damn it.
Alyx.
Okay. So what... See, that's a read the game designer's mind moment right there. Because what that is a timer. It wants you to escape the area or something. Or no, I guess I have to shoot the thing. But it's like that looked far enough away. That wasn't anywhere near any of the other barrels. Like usually there are many barrels. So I was like, oh, that's my game design cue that I could shoot that one. But then I decided not to. Right. But like, I don't know. It's stupid. I like was legit standing there and waiting for it to blow up because I thought I was safe. At least it did an autosave. So I think I have to take out the zombie, and then I have to take out the I have to take out this guy, or not this guy, but the one of these guys before it eats the thing. So to do that, I'm going to get a fresh mag and waste my 2 bullets, unfortunately. I guess I could come back and get that one if the place doesn't explode. Okay, where was the... Yeah, here we go. See how I can't shoot it until I get close? I want to get this first. All right. So, see, there's an invisible trigger up here. And as soon as I start walking past this... But look, there's no frickin' barrels anywhere. So why did that chain reaction? I don't know. Like, this is level design for the barrel thing isn't happening anymore. Right? You're in the clear. That's like... all the barrels are back here. So like what, and in fact, by packing them together, you sort of signal how close they have to be to chain react. I don't know. Bad, it's a mistake. Where's the frickin' thing? Shit, I got disoriented.
Last magazine.
All right, yeah. See, that was their little game design puzzle that they wanted you to do. Okay. All right, so we have another frozen donkey wheel. We have this, but I don't have a bug juice for that. But I bet there's one in the next room because that seems to be how this game works. Oh, this feels weird. This controller, the trigger is too short. Like my index finger is slipping off the trigger and it's very awkward. I want it to hook around my finger more and it doesn't. So, it's about to slip off right now and I'm going to drop the frickin' thing. It feels terrible. All right. Where did the frozen donkey wheel go? Was it up here? Yeah. Okay, thank God I could put that down. Let's try to find bug juice. Oh, yeah, see, like why? Okay, why are you doing this? Why do you put a bug juice and then a bug juice machine? Like, why not just have the bug juice machine be full? I guess so that I have the option to carry this, but I'm already carrying health hypos. I guess this is better than a health hypo. Okay, wait. Okay, that is more health. This is less health, but I think this is 1 heart worth of health, right? So if I... Yeah, okay. So now I have a spare bug juice, but that's stupid. Even though this is more health, I can only use this at bug juice containers, and they always give you a bug juice with a bug juice container. So there's like literally no reason to do what I just did, and I feel like an idiot. But okay, that's video game design for you. Oh, God. All right. Loading, please wait. Press trigger to start. All right. Found in RAID gas analyzer. I'm like literally on the other side of the train where I started, probably.
Combine. Russ, these guys have automatic weapons.
They're alien commandos. Of course they have automatic weapons. We'd have them too, but Combine weapons are gene-coded, so out of luck. Unless you find one that's unbonded, or you're open to some minor genetic modification.
I'm good, Russ. I'm just gonna roll with these genes that I've got.
Now I'm low on ammo. Shouldn't have wasted some on that dude. But if the game is DDAing like I suspect, it'll just give me more ammo anyway, so whatever. Is that like where I started? I don't know. I'm really not finding any cool stuff out here. See, my finger just slips off the frickin' triggers all the time. Like, why are these even in the game? That's like the 4th one. Like, give me an actual puzzle to solve. See, they can't make it an actual puzzle. This is the problem with the way games are designed today. They can't make those real puzzles because if you fail one, you won't be able to get a weapon upgrade. So they all have to be easy because they don't give you upgrade stations very often. So they have to be like non-puzzle puzzles because the way Valve designs games is they play test it, and if anyone fails to solve the puzzle, they take it out. So, I mean, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not really. Okay, so I have 34. I mean, double shot uses more ammo, right? That's no good. Auto loader is probably good if I had ammo. All right, let's see. Let's see what we could do for this thing, which is what I actually get ammo for. Burst fire, bullet reservoir. What does that do? 10 additional bullets. So I have to reload way less. Or I get a laser sight and 1 more resin. But yet again, this is a one-way door. So because I missed 1 frickin' resin. Wait, can I take off? Dude, I own. See, the game says I own. I can't remove this and get the money back, unfortunately. Like, I kind of want that laser sight more than anything. Fuck it. This game isn't hard yet. All right. Oh, wait, there's my resin. Bro. Laser sight. Like, how do I... What is wrong with this interface, dude? Laser sight, okay. It's kind of interesting how they meet up. All right, this better be good. Yeah, I should have looked more carefully for a resin too over here and stuff. All right.
Wow, my gun's looking pretty good.
Russ, come on. At this point, it's kind of our gun.
All right. That's pretty good. One way. Right. Ugh, I'm in a wall. I am in a wall. Okay, that does not hold things. What about my magic flashlight that's supposed to turn on, bro? All right, there's another bug juice machine. Okay, so in 3 more shots, I reload. Oh, it's got a bug juice in it already. I'm going to let that bug live a long and happy life. Get behind some cover.
View Junction, we're here!
Come on.
This is it! Get down!
Oops, I forgot to reload. Okay.
Three left.
This is starting to be a little better because, like I'm actually using the space around this column. So that's like the first time that I did anything in this game that was a little bit interesting. And that's just the same sort of thing you do in other games that have guns and room scale. So it's not like it's great, but like, hey, I got to, like, you know, do a thing. That was cool. And I get to play electric guitar. All right. Can I not go in there? Oh, I can. I can. I don't think that... What's going on with my... This weapon doesn't, like, frickin' work through the glass? Or something? Like, neither the dot nor the sight was working? That was weird. Shit. Dude, these controls suck.
Oh, I think that's the last of them.
Good, because we don't have much time.
Alright. Alright. Ew! Oh, now they give me ammo. Could have used that ammo beforehand. Oat flakes, like in Tarkov? No, it's the same box of whatever. Tushanka? No. Ovochno. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. Ovosh. No. Okay. Anyway. I don't know frickin' Russian. I've only been there for 4 days in my life. Another bug juice. This game really wants to give me bug juice, which, I mean, that's fine.
There's a control station override nearby.
Sorry, bug. It's okay. Your sister is alive and well. I can't. All right, I really thought there would be something in there. All right, I feel like I'm missing stuff over here. Like, I really didn't search as much as I could. Like, is there something... Like, I would have put one in this train car, maybe, or out there, and you shoot the glass, and then you pull it through, you know? But... this doesn't seem to be what they did. Let me check in on chat. How we doing, chat? Am I still? I'm on camera, yes. What's going on, people? Doing good? Okay, great. I am glad. I can't reach that one. Okay. Ah, come on, bro. I have 100 bullets. Oh, I need to play the lame pipe game now. We're playing the lame pipe game. That feels crappy. How do I know where to play the pipe game? Maybe I don't do it there. Oh, there's this force field, right? Pipe. Oh, I can't actually connect it that way. Well, I mean, we kind of need it to... So this T probably should just go this way. because why not? Oh, because this can't go across. So this T should go bottom and there. All right, so that goes there, that goes there. That, okay, this is the problem. Because actually, we do this.
You should have plenty of time to get the override back online. Alright, I'll be able to stop the train right
I
here.
wish this red dot was
You sure
brighter
you
like the
can do that?
Tarkov one.
Absolutely. You just need to activate the terminal.
Nice.
Then you'll need to be ready for a fight. They're not going to give up your dad easily.
I'll be ready.
Okay, let me make sure my
Right, that's the terminal
shotgun's
there.
loaded.
I'm on it.
Do hurry though.
I'm out.
Yeah. Why does this game not give me shotgun ammo? Just doesn't want me to have fun. Oh boy. So, oh, it's a double. It's a double, toil and trouble. If a student made that puzzle game in a class, I would give him a C minus. All right, I forget now. Uh-oh, there's a wheel missing. There's a wheel missing. Has anybody seen a wheel?
Missing a piece.
Yeah, I figured that out. Thanks for telling me, though. Now watch, I'm going to go on a half-hour adventure to find the missing wheel. Why did it make me do that two-handed barrel early in the game? And since then, all barrels have been one-handed. Oh god, he's armored. That's a waste of ammo.
4 shells left. Out of shells.
Alright. So I should really shoot those guys better. I should shoot them in the weak spot for massive damage. I was just also like, why isn't it turning my frickin' flashlight on? I thought the flashlight is supposed to be automatic. It said, oh, it detects the dark. It seems dark. Where's my flashlight? Can I like... Can you like, you know, give me a... Give me a deal here? That's a wheel. No wheels. Okay, let me get back in the room here. The room with Tommy Wiseau.
Alright, no worries. But the train is coming. Just get me in. It'll only take a second. You're doing great.
Wait, I didn't.
No worries. No worries. No worries.
Okay, now just re-engage the system.
Is this supposed to come off?
That's the opposite of what it's supposed to do, Alyx.
What do I do now?
Well, don't panic. Well, stop panicking if
I'm
you
not
are.
panicking.
Yes, but I am. We need to find another way to stop this train.
Well, there's a force field.
Gotta be another way to stop this train.
Well, start looking. We don't have much time. Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train.
I don't know.
Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train.
Like, what does it fucking want me to do?
Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train.
I don't know.
Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train.
Sure sounds urgent.
Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train. Keep looking for a switch. We've got to stop that train.
Boy, this sure is an emergency.
Look for a switch.
Like outside or inside? Like what? Like a train switch? Or like a control panel? Oh, that thing?
Keep looking for a switch.
Like, I don't
We've
even-
got to stop that in 10 seconds, Alyx.
This is just very poorly written dialogue.
It won't stay.
You've got to hold it down.
Like if they just said railway switch or like divert the tracks, that would have been fine. I would have known what we were trying to do. But I didn't know, and that made it shitty. Like,
Worked.
Yeah. Wow. You okay?
I'm okay. Let's go find Dad.
Right. Look for the prisoner transport car. It should be towards the front of the train.
Okay, I'll find a way into the wreckage.
What the hell are those?
I don't know.
they're
But we need to
giant
find Dad.
Bulbasaurs.
Yeah, no, I know. I've just never seen those before.
Giant Bulbasaurs. That-
That's your dad's prisoner pod.
Oh my god. Where's Dad? Dad? Dad!
I'm over here, honey. I need help. Hurry.
Okay. I'm gonna reach out and pull you up. It's gonna be okay. You ready?
Yeah. I'm good.
Give me your hand.
Gotta swing. Gotta swing, buddy. Gotta swing. That's not how to do it. It's flying Vortigaunt.
Alyx Vance, I have come to help, as I said I would.
Thank you. Thank you. Just stay there. I'm gonna figure out how to get over to you.
No! Alyx, listen.
I
The
would
thing
die.
was what I found is some sort of super weapon.
A super weapon?
It's something big.
They got it here in the QZ in some kind of vault, but they're about to move it. Where, I don't know, but it's going to be soon.
Then we gotta steal it before they do.
Yes! And look, I managed to pocket this Combine data pod. If I can decrypt it, we can figure out how to use their weapon against them.
So what's the plan?
You head to the vault. I'll take this thing back to Russell's and get to work.
Wait, where is the vault?
Dad, where's the vault?
Look to the northern star.
Yes. Look to the star. Got it. Dad?
It's right in the middle of the QZ, and it's big. Get above ground and see what you can find.
I will accompany the Eli Vance and ensure his safety.
Great. Thank you. Dad, I'm gonna go find this vault.
Go! Stay safe, baby. I love you.
I love you too.
I love you too.
Thank you. Hey, Russ. Keep an eye out for Dad, okay?
I'll let you know if he gets here. When he gets here.
It's the memory game. I don't know. I wasn't paying that much attention. Nope. Well. I would also give somebody a C- for making that game in a puzzle class. Or in a game design class. All right. I mean, I guess I'm going to break these. Can I do it without using bullets? Probably not with that. But these never have anything. So I don't know why I'm doing that. They literally never do. Only the nice boxes do. Loading. We're loading. Loading. All right. Stop.
You know,
Super weapon.
it got a bit messy back there, but we did get Dad back.
Yeah.
What?
That's probably gonna draw some attention. Not probably, actually. It's definitely drawing attention. Look, they're looking for you now, okay? So
My
just
laser
be
is
careful.
not appearing. Oh, drop mag. Why do these take 5 now? Is it because I sort of hit him higher up? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're just
if we can
adult
get this weapon,
ones.
we could change things forever.
Yeah. If.
The super weapon
Look, I know
is
we've only
love.
been working together for a few hours now, but I want you to know I'm proud of you. Okay, you're under a lot of pressure here.
Wow. Russ.
So much pressure, in fact, that I hesitate to even bring it up. But I did notice that when you reached out for your father's hand, had he actually grabbed it, his grip would have crushed all the delicate sensors in the Russells.
Ah. Okay.
Totally understandable, and would have been worth it, by the way, in this case.
Right.
Having said that, I have a hard time imagining another situation where that would have been the case. And much like your father, the Russells are priceless. Okay, so just, moving forward.
Russ, I promise your gloves are safe with me.
I cannot fit my fist through these giant fist-size things. I guess you can only do that where you see like a plug socket on the wall. So I guess I'm supposed to go to the downstairs ones? Or maybe I'm just supposed to grab that from here and I failed. It doesn't seem like it though. It seems like this is supposed to be... Wait, it teleported back. Thanks, Valve. That was weird. Great. Well, I don't know. I can't reach through it. It's a solid wall. How am I supposed to go there? I need the red key card from Doom. They want me to go play Doom. Oh shit. I totally hit that guy when he flipped. Oh shit. Shit. Come on. How did I switch off the frickin' gun? I'm tangled up in my frickin' cable right now. I can't move. Wireless VR, where are you? All right. I had like 3 simultaneous control malfunctions right there. Okay. Calculator. I'm the operator with my pocket calculator. Doom keycard. Oh, this is blue keycard. This one is yellow keycard. What if I called you Yellow Falcon? I mean, honestly, I should save this, right? Well,
I'm out.
can't use the shotgun
Dad
anymore.
said you stole some files about this weapon.
Well, when it comes to Combine data encryption,
You are my
Eli's
guy.
your guy.
Oh,
Systems, robotics, networks, I can make short work of those.
But not data encryption.
Might as well be an alien language. Well, it is an alien language. Anyway, look, Eli's your guy.
Gotta reroute the encryptions. See, they did this in like Half-Life 1, dude. This is a reprise of Half-Life 1 where you hear the things above the ceiling tiles and then they drop down. Jerks. They're like stealing from their own games now. I think it was Half-Life 1. I mean, I played that game a really long time ago.
Alyx, look out the window.
Holy crap. That's gotta be the vault.
It's an
Yeah.
alien spaceship.
Didn't mention it was floating.
So even if we make it there, we still have to get up to it.
Oh, the cables! Look at all the cables attached to it. All we have to do is follow them.
And break whatever's at the other end.
And down comes the vault. Simple, easy to follow. Yeah, I like this plan.
This is like moving while holding something in your hand is super awkward in this game. Or on this controller, I should say. Just put that there for a second. All right, let's just use it because I can't. I should drop the bug juice, honestly. No, we'll use it. Screw it. Can't you put it in my leg? All right. So was the other one blue?
Have you heard any Combine chatter about Dad escaping?
No, nothing.
Where'd my
It's all
keycard
about
go?
sending
There it is.
reinforcements into the quarantine zone.
On the plus side, that means Dad is still on his way back to you. We'd have heard if they recaptured Eli Vance.
And on the downside,
Getting to the vault isn't going to get any easier.
Wait, I can't go back up? What about that other keycard zone? What is going on with my cable? It's like I have really intense cable situation right now. I don't know what's happening.
That's a lot of cables.
Yeah, it's a lot of cables that I am dealing with. Okay. So it's kind of hinting that I want to get there. Okay, hold on. This looks suspicious. No, it doesn't look suspicious. Didn't I just drop my key card right there? Where'd I put it? Was it out here? There it is. That doesn't actually look like a room I'm supposed to go into. I mean, maybe I do get there, but it doesn't look like it. Why does the elevator not go back up for me? That's one of my 2-round mags that I dropped early on, right? I mean, wait, I thought I tried both buttons before. All right, I guess I didn't. At least there's no ceiling tiles down here. Yeah.
Ooh, grenades.
I assume I can't put these in my backpack. Wait. Like, why is that a puzzle? I don't get. Oh my god, a lot of grenades. Wait, how do I then carry these? Do I just store them? Wait, seriously? That's all right. Well, that wasn't good. That was not helpful.
A total waste of grenade.
Wait, that hurt me?
Worth it.
Agreed.
I mean, I can't frickin' carry grenades, so what else does it want me to do? Honestly. All right, we'll save them just in case. Well, I mean, the game obviously wants me to do this. And I do want to save my bullets a little bit, so. Okay, that didn't get the other two. I was hoping to take out all three right there. Oh, that did take out two. All right. Cool. I didn't get anything for that. Any more?
Heads up, zombie. Look out.
Oh god. Misfire. Hope that didn't blow up the other grenade. It did. Bummer, bro. Oh, maybe not. And there's one down there. Come on. Give me a grenade. Oh, that's a resin. But there's more grenades over here. Oh no, I missed. All right. God, these triggers, they're so hard to hold down. They're very uncomfortable. Wait, this isn't... Oh, that's the wrong button. All right, so that range is safe for nades. I don't have any shotgun shells still, huh? Why does this game not want me to use the shotgun? It's disgusting. Dude, like, this interface doesn't even work. Oh, it's the green laser. I was trying to point with this thing. All right. Great, because I didn't have enough of these. I wanted to just open it a tad and chuck a nade in there. That would have been the thing to do. Look, more nades. All right. It's like there's not going to be a nade shortage anytime soon. Let's put some of these somewhere where I might be able to use them later. Well. I mean, maybe not. All right. So I suspect I'm not supposed to try to solve this. Oh, there's a locky lock. So this is the way out. The way in is somewhere else. Dude, I can't deal with this cable. Okay, we're going to take a break for a second. I'm starting to get simulation headache. And we're going to fix our cable situation, which maybe you can see. Look at that. It's bad news bears. How are people doing? Should save. It auto saves a lot. I'm not really worried about saving. Like, it auto saves a lot. Should have been a grenade launcher. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to use VR, right? And their idea of using VR is making you do weird hand gestures. And I don't think that's good. And these triggers frickin' suck. Look at these triggers. Like, wait, I'm not in the menu anymore. Why did I leave the menu? What is happening? What? Fuck. Okay, now I don't see anything. Wait, am I in the menu? What? I can't see anything. My controllers are on the ground. I see a red. What is even going on right now? Okay. I see a red screen with. Am I in the game? Am I out of the game? I guess I'm in the game because I'm inside a wall somewhere. And it won't let me move outside the wall. How do I get out of the wall? I think my game miscalibrated and I'm in the floor or something. All right, I'm back in the menu. We're not going to deal with this yet. Dude, it keeps taking me out of the menu when oh no, the menu's up. Wait, what? Okay, so the menu is like a sphere around where you open the HMD. So it looks like I'm in the game, but it's paused. That is very confusing. Okay, we're going to save because I can't trust it to like frickin' wait. Okay. Oh. Okay, there we go. I take off the HMD and I freaked out because it looked like I was in the game. I seem willingly trying to be frustrated at it. No, I mean, I don't think so. Like, look, if you have low standards for video games, that's not my problem. That's also what people tell me about using Linux, and then it turns out that they do have all the same problems, they just don't notice it. So, like, I do not believe it whenever anyone tells me they use modern computers without problems. That's a lie. It's straight up a lie. Straight up lie, either to yourself or to everyone else. Okay. Let's switch to the other mic for a bit. I'm going to take a short break. We're going to do my best to remove my VR headache, and then we will go back into the game. It's weird. Okay, so here's the thing. The thing is, I don't usually get VR sick. So I'm not sure, this game isn't making me very VR sick, but I do feel it a little bit. And I wonder if it's the higher frame rates or if it's something mysterious about the game. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. What was I saying is wrong with the triggers? So if I have to hold down the triggers, so these are the Valve Index controllers, right? So I don't really want to pull them because I don't know what they're pointing at, but like, here's my hand, right? Here's my hand's resting position. Let me turn the monitor this way, right? So I don't know what's the best angle. Maybe this side. So in this game, you know, you hold on to the trigger to hold an object. And if you let go of the trigger, you drop the object, right? So if I'm pulling the trigger, if you can see, the natural resting place for my finger is like, it's at the very bottom curve of this trigger. I don't know how well that's coming through on the camera, but like, it's on the verge of slipping off all the time. So it's very uncomfortable playing this game to try to walk around like this, because it's like, it feels awful. And it would be much better if the trigger was just a little longer and a little more curved. It's like this was made for people with very small hands that ride really high up the controller or something. And like, I don't think there's any drawback for other users if you make the trigger bigger. It's just like it works for more people. Have I adjusted the strap to fit my hand? Yes. Yes, so the controllers were painful originally. And then I opened up the hand. There's like this thing right here. I opened that up to the outermost setting. And now I don't get hand pain anymore, which is good. But pulling the triggers just sucks. And I don't think that's ever going to change. I don't hold with the grip. I don't know. Is that an option? Like, that doesn't feel very comfortable either, but it might be more comfortable. Window is pretty tiny. I think we're done showing hand positions. Still, they find they pinch your hand at the fleshy part near the pinky. You might have bigger hands than me then. I do not feel that way. If you have opened yours up to the widest setting and you still have that, then I don't know what to say, except that Valve doesn't care about you or something. I mean, I also, I did two things, right? Like, so I adjusted the top setting and then I adjusted the bungee, right? You can press the button and loosen out the bungee. So I did both those things. What makes me want to use the teleport movement? Because I was getting more motion sick when I wasn't using it. Valve doesn't care about gamer people. All right, let me get an iced tea for a sec. Yeah, so, I mean, that trigger thing is not really the game's fault. It's the controller's fault. Except I wouldn't really design a game to require you to hold an uncomfortable trigger in all the time like that. I mean, if it's not uncomfortable for that many people, then I don't know. But for me, it's really not fun holding that trigger down. Let me put it that way. No controller mapping? I don't know. There's like not any frickin' buttons on this controller. There's A and B are the only two buttons. And then there's the power button. There's this terrible analog pad that I hate to use. And then there's a analog stick. You know? And then there's the invisible grip buttons on the sides, which I don't like to use because they're not real buttons. So can you rotate the controller so that the trigger is easier to grab? Not really, because not that I understand. Well, I guess maybe I could try shifting it this way, but I'm just not sure it would stay there. unless like I tighten it onto my hand with like a vice grip. Like these controllers are pretty opinionated about the direction they want to sit on your hand with like the band and all these things. I don't know. Maybe I could try just like tilting it really far back like this. That's kind of feels uncomfortable. It's pinching me at the base of the hand in a way that I don't like. But I can pull the trigger better. But other stuff is weird. So now my thumb is going too far past the D-pad, right? So like, I really see, in order for my thumb to be on the D-pad in a way, or the analog stick in a way that I could use it, it needs to be right here, right? And when my thumb is there, my finger is just, that's the geometry of my hand, right? Is if my thumb is here, my finger is going to be on the edge of this trigger, uncomfortably low down. That's just the way this controller is designed. If somebody designed this controller in my class, I would give them a C-. Yeah, it's a little dark in here. It probably doesn't help seeing that the controllers are black. That may help. You don't like the D-pad? I keep saying D-pad. Do you mean analog stick or do you mean like mouse pad, whatever, touchpad? Do I think I'd ever do a talk about high-level ideas on making VR games better? No, because like saying ideas is not worth that much. Like you have to do the ideas in a way that they work. Like I've even, I've made prototypes of games that were really good where like I didn't execute them out to the point of graphics being good and stuff. And people would play them and think they were shitty games because they didn't know they were by me and they didn't pay enough. They didn't like take it seriously enough to play it for real. I did it sort of as a practical joke, but like ideas like that, it's very easy to just think they're stupid or think they're not interesting. You have to just do them and kick people's ass with them, and then they'll understand that they're good. Because if they thought those ideas were good already, they would have done them. You know what I mean? Like people are thinking in a different direction, which is why they don't do those ideas. The touch D-pad thing. Yeah, I think it's terrible too. I think it's like a weird holdover from the Steam controller. Like they had to not admit that the Steam controller was a bad idea, or else, I don't know, maybe they were like, oh, we need to have mouse-like movement. But it's not true. Like you already have mouse-like movement in VR because of just the spatial tracking. That the spatial tracking is really good analog. It's better analog than this trackpad. So just get rid of the trackpad, put a D-pad there. Everybody's happier. Seeing as Steam controller is your favorite controller, I think it's a really bad controller. So sorry, we just differ in opinion there. Steam controller does some stuff that feels cool the first 10 minutes that you use it. Like the way it kind of emulates a trackball and that it uses the clickiness to kind of feel a little bit physical. That's cool. But then you try to use it for things and it's like, ugh. You thought it was supposed to be good with the pads. Well, I mean, that's the marketing, but yeah. I mean, I'm really eating a lot today. I'm going to be fat tomorrow. Half-Life fan versus developer is much different. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call myself a super Half-Life fan, although, you know, when Half-Life 1 came out, I thought that was a super good game. It was one of the best games. It was really great. When Half-Life 2 came out, I thought that was a super good game. It was one of the best games. It was really great. Half-Life 2 episodes, not so much. But, you know, this so far, this is just, I'm not that interested in it. I just keep hoping it picks up. I did have that one gunfight where I was ducking behind the column was cool. That's not enough for like 5 or 6 hours, however long I've been playing. So it needs to pick up. The flicking game is annoying. That's not my fault. This is the experience Valve wants you to have, okay? This is what naturally happens when a streamer just puts their HMD on the table. Okay, let me hang it. I'll hang it on the mic stand. How's that? How long is the game? I do not know. Do I think this solves any VR game issues? Not really. Not really. It's just got, you know, it's got its own flavor of the gimmicks about gestures to do things, you know. It's like, meh. You hear it picks up? Yeah, okay. I'm hoping it picks up. Like, I want it to be fun. But, like, they don't really give me that much ammo for it to be fun. So I kind of don't... Like, if it's supposed to be a shooter, how come I'm almost never shooting anything? Right? Like, what... It's a shooter where I'm almost never shooting anything. It's a puzzle game where all the puzzles are easy and lame. It's an exploration game where the maps are completely linear and where you sort of do simple looting of 2 kinds of items. Like, it just so far it's just very meh, but I'm hoping it picks up. The graphics are very impressive still. I mean, they're impressive for VR, yes. In terms of graphics technology, no, but you don't expect highest technology graphics on VR because you want higher frame rate instead, right? So that's not at all a surprise. But no, I agree. The game looks good. It's just I'm past caring that much about that. I want to play good. I don't want to look good. If you were interested in getting Index, should you get Vive controllers instead? You know, that's an interesting question. It's been a long time since I used the Vive controllers, so I don't remember well enough to do an apples to apples comparison and tell you my opinion. I really just don't remember. Why are people saying it's so great? I don't know. But again, I'm not that far through the game. It might get better, right? That'll change my opinion of the game. It might be that, well, okay, I mean, it's not a secret that I am really not a fan of extremely linear story-based games where the story is sort of the main thing because I don't think game stories are very good, right? If you think game stories are really good and cool, and you like VR and all you want is a high budget story game in VR, then you might think this is super good, right? Except it doesn't even, I mean, that's the thing, is it's a story-based game where there's not that much story so far either. So it's weird. It's like there's not that much of any ingredient. Better or worse than Portal 2? I would have to say that I like Portal 2 better than this game so far. We'll see if that changes. Whatever happened to the endless treadmill thing? I don't know what that refers to. I mean, Portal 2 had some cool stuff. So like the co-op puzzle solving in Portal 2, those were neat. Some of them. Some of them were really good puzzles. Portal 1 or Portal 2? I mean, I played the games far apart, but I believe that I think Portal 1 is a better game for what it is than Portal 2. Like, there are definitely a lot of things about Portal 2 that I did not like, including the puzzle design of many of the puzzles. The user-created maps for Portal 2 make it an amazing game. Yeah, I haven't really played hardly any of those. I played Portal 2 like right when it came out, and so there wasn't user content really. Portal 2 was a masterpiece. That is not the word that I would use. I hope that was a timeout and not my controller running out of battery. We'll see. All right, let's give it I don't want to just sit here and grump about this game too much. Like I'm glad they made a high-end VR game. That's cool. It's just I don't get it. Like design-wise, I don't understand what this is supposed to be. Exactly. I mean, I sort of do, but I don't know. Are there any linear story games that have impressed me? No. No. I mean, in other dimensions than story, yes. You know, like Uncharted 2 had a really good art style for the time. Stuff like that. But like as a story, no. Not even Frog Fractions? Well, okay, if you're going to include Frog Fractions, then it's different. I mean, that's an interesting point. If you're going to include Frog Fractions, like if you're going to say things like, which game has a better story, Frog Fractions or Uncharted 2? Frog Fractions, like no question. No question. Have there been any good VR FPS games? I mean, people will tell you lots of the games are good, but I don't like them. I still think Space Pirate Trainer is the best VR shooter game that I've played, and it's one of the early ones, and it doesn't try to do that much. Have I tried creating any VR? Not yet. I have lots of VR design ideas. As I mentioned yesterday, I actually asked Valve a couple of years ago if they were funding VR like 8 months to a year after Gabe said that they were. And the guy in charge of that program told me to jump off a cliff. I should make VR games for free in order for the privilege of getting better at making VR games. And I'm like, okay, that just means I don't do that, I guess. So, you know, we'll wait. Like maybe the market will get big enough that I could make those games and release them with a reasonable chance of success. He literally said, these aren't the exact words, but they're pretty close, like, you should make VR games for free for the benefit of being good at VR games. And the implication was for when our next headset comes out and the market explodes and you'll be right there. And I'm just like, dude, no, that's not how it works. Are we talking Chet? No, Chet didn't say that. It was someone higher up in the company. Even though it's a flat structure, someone much higher up in the company than Chet said that to me. Chet would not talk to a seasoned developer with as much condescension as this person did. It wasn't Gabe, no. It wasn't Gabe. All right, we'll give it another couple minutes and we'll go back in the game. Everyone's higher than Chet. Well, Chet doesn't work there anymore. So yeah, everyone is higher than Chet. Have I played Doom Eternal? No, I have not. I probably won't. Valve's big VR and Holo Suite thing was 2009 to 2010. No, if you mean the rooms that had all the markers in them and stuff, I mean, I want to say that was more like 2014, maybe 2013. Like someone at Valve ported an early version of The Witness to their headset in the room with all the markers on the walls. You know, back then, back when it was a totally secret project and stuff. How good can VR be with the current hardware? A lot better than it is. Like, the hardware isn't the big problem right now. I mean, the hardware can obviously get better. That is clearly true. But it is the software not being very good, which is the current problem for VR adoption. Game software, driver software. I mean, Steam crashes a lot. Steam VR is terrible, but no, I really mean the games. The games, The game designers are not doing their job correctly for VR. Have I seen the updated Oculus Quest controller-free interface? I don't think so. Like last time I played on the Quest was, I mean, months ago, probably. It was 2019, I think. I streamed it whenever it was. I mean, I'm not sure I like the idea of a controller-free interface. Like, why would you make the interface worse? But, you know. Remember me, Gakude exists every few years. It feels like finding out you miscalculated your budget and you have an extra $100. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good game when it comes out. I don't know when that'll be. Have I played Warzone? Yeah, a little bit. All right. We're gonna... Oh, you mean like controller free as in it uses the camera to do finger tracking? Yeah, that's gonna suck. What do I think about people saying Dreams and PS4 is a good first step towards seriously creating video games? I don't know what to say about that. I haven't used Dreams yet, unfortunately. I just have been too busy. So maybe that's a reasonable thing to say. I don't know. All right, let's, is the HMD? Yeah, it's still on. So we're going to switch the audio back to the HMD. Okay. Okay, we're going to repower on our controllers. I didn't recharge them last night, so it's possible that we just run out of battery. We'll see. How much do you earn broadcasting in Twitch? Enough for a car payment? I don't have car payments, so I don't know. I mean, a car payment would depend on how expensive the car is and how much you down paid, so I don't know how to quantify that. I mean, I would say that I make enough from Twitch to go out to a nice dinner for two once a week, like when I'm frequently streaming, which I haven't done for a while, you know. Unfortunately, I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't do that. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't have a girlfriend because I stand at home on Tuesday night or whatever day it is and play VR in the middle of a virus epidemic. So there you go. All right. That's not the real reason. The real reason is because I'm a weirdo. All right. So we are trying to figure out where to go. I don't really have audio right now. Okay, great. So we kind of want to get in here. We can't. We kind of want to get over there. We can't. I don't think I'm supposed to climb over this. I mean, maybe. We've got a ton of grenades. I feel like it wants me to, like, throw grenades over a wall to blow something up. Like, that's something a game designer would do. You know? But it also seems like I'm supposed to take down this force field because I can still see into the room from over here. Like, and what? Why is it so blurry now? All right. Let's see. So we came from this way, right? No. Is this the room that I wasn't? No, this is a different room. I mean, maybe I could. Oh, it wants me to chuck a nade in there, maybe. Because why else would you do that as a game designer? Oh, or maybe that's just there to tell me that this is the wire that powers this thing, right? And it's like stops glowing at some point. Oh, okay. It wants me to chuck a nade in there to break the wire, which doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't I just drop a nade right there to break the wire? But I bet that doesn't actually work. Right. It wants me to...
Yes.
Nice throw.
Now, because this is... Oh, that's what that... I thought it was going to power off the thing. Oh, because the wire goes inside. So this is just... Yeah. Now, because this is a Valve game, if I miss that, they would keep giving me more grenades. And I wonder where they would come from. Like... Yeah. All right.
Hey, on the monitor. Combine.
I see him.
Overwatch acknowledges activity. Confirm Sector 02. Possible necrotic interference. Sub-sector report containment status.
So what is this a hand button? What am I looking at here? Oh, I'm supposed to put something there. Oh, wait, what? No? Oh, that shut off the thing. I wasn't even trying to push that. All right. Let's get our weapon upgrade. Oh, they're being tricky. It's this one. Why is this in the game, dude? All right. So I kind of don't feel like I need to upgrade the pistol. Let's just see what this story... Yeah. Can't afford anything for the pistol. Anyway, bullet reservoir is what we need for the pistol next, actually. Okay, shotgun. Why would I upgrade something where you haven't given me bullets for it in like 15 years? Like, I would have to be an idiot to spend hard-earned money on a shotgun upgrade. Like, who are you kidding? You guys never let me shoot that frickin' thing. All right. This is so uncomfortable to hold these. Uh-oh. That was hard. Boss battle. So it's interesting that you set off gameplay markers by throwing things through them. All right. See, I never know when it wants me to play the pipe game and when it doesn't. I guess I need to turn something on to get to here to play the pipe. Like, I don't even know. I don't know what this game ever wants from me. Ah.
Amazing.
Incoming, Alyx!
Oh, he's dead. I forgot about these nades here, which is why I ran back. So now I wasted my hypo because I have a free bug juice right here somewhere. Oh, it's under the guy, so maybe I can't get it now. Dude, why did you die on my bug juice? Or maybe I blew up the bug juice. I think I blew up my bug juice. It sucks. Oh, but I bet there's something in here. I don't know. Or is this more nades? Probably more nades. What? Why is this a thing, bro? Like, what? That's a D- if you do that game in my class. Yeah, I get 2 more shotgun shots. So ridiculous. All right, let's load that.
3 shells left. I'm out.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, there's the bug juice. All right, so I wasted my hypo. Whatever. Sorry, bug. Wonder if this game ever wants me to use nades. Oh, shit. Ah, I missed. Dude, I hate throwing things in VR. Ah, bro! Why did I bother with nades there? All right. Okay, I'm getting better at doing the wrist snap thing. I haven't failed that in a while, but it's like, why did I have to take so long to accommodate to it, you know? There's another bug juice right there. Oh, wait, is this the... I'm in the same place where I was before, right? This is that door. I don't know. It all looks the same. No, I'm not in the same place where I was because there weren't nades. All right, let's put this somewhere obvious so I don't miss it. Like what? Okay. Whoever did the bug juice system also gets a D in my class. It's like, yeah, D. Fuck. That's stupid. I didn't realize I was empty. Shit.
Alyx? Alyx!
There's like no feedback when you take hits. Like I wasn't sure how much I needed to move because I was taking hits, but like it doesn't, or maybe I'm just not used to looking at it. Like unless I'm looking at my wrist, I'm not sure how to know how many hits I'm taking. I should have aimed better with the pistol for sure. Gee, if only it gave me shotgun ammo. Ever. All right. So I have a nade. I have a nade. Okay, we're not going to waste the nades on the... Oh, there's nades in there. Shit. Okay, I said I'm not going to waste a nade, but already I have. Oh, now they... Okay. Fuck you, game. Shit. The nade fell at my feet. Why are they shooting at me through the wall? What's happening? Alright, well I wasted my shotgun. Where are the nades when I need them, man? Were there any more back here? No. Like, when it comes down to cheesing AI like this, that really sucks. Ow! Okay, that time I could tell that I took a hit. Bug juice system. Should have been a launcher, man. Trying to throw these accurately in VR is like ass. I mean, it's fine when you generally want to throw them down a hallway, but when you want to like hit them in a specific place, it just doesn't work. All right. Oh, these. Now I know where I am. So I guess it didn't respawn there. There were actually two. Wait.
Look to the northern star.
I am. Why are you saying it like that?
No. The Vortigaunt said, look to the northern star to help his friends. Which sounds like Vortigaunt nonsense, but I guess it isn't.
Oh, yeah. That does make more
Like,
sense.
how hard is that to frickin' figure out?
That's some sort of combine substation. They usually generate power and host security protocols.
Like the power and security you need for a giant vault.
I mean, I'd rather. Could I not? Oh. That was weird. That was very disorienting and weird. I'm stepping on the cable again. We're having problems. All right. I didn't think that was a Left 4 Dead safe house, but it is. I guess the screen is this way. No, no, it's this way. No, that way. Okay. Okay. That's a little dead shrimpster. My stapler.
That was weird.
And the power's out. Looks like we're taking the stairs.
I mean, what am I supposed to do with this health? Shotgun ammo. Oh my god. Ah! I didn't see that second one. Well, now we know what to do with the health. How come that guy doesn't have a little gem in his belly? This guy has a lot of HP. We're gonna load our shotgun and stuff. All right.
Last two.
Just in case we need that. I want the monies. Where's the money? Oh, come on, bro.
Ooh, breaker boxes. Let's go back to the elevator plan. I'm gonna get
Like,
power.
why do they have the bug juice? Oh, this isn't bug juice. This is a switch. But like all of these switches are like the thing is right next to the thing. Like, why are you bothering with any of this?
Here we go.
It's like if the game was for kind of 2-year-olds or
This
whatever.
hotel's ancient. The wiring's gonna be a real rat's nest.
Real rat's nest. Well, that's obviously the right one, right? Because that goes down there, so. Like, it's never going to start on the right setting, probably, or very rarely. I don't know.
Power's back on. Let's check the elevator.
That was a real rat's nest that was 100% linear. Like, what? I mean, would they even get a D- at this point? Like, how is that even a puzzle? Somebody explain to me how that is supposed to be. They're all the same. They're all just like, you probably don't touch the red things, and even if you did, nothing bad would happen. And they're lines coming out a sphere, so it's like not like they're going to be very hard to hit. Maybe eventually they'll introduce something that makes it more of an activity, but I've done like 8 of those or 10 or I don't know. No. Do I need to reroute the encryptions? What just happened? It like goes back into the other room? Are they actually giving me a puzzle? Okay, wait. Oh, I was on the box. That's what happened. Okay, so that's not actually connected because blue is live, right? Blue is live. Gold is not live. Okay, that's what. If I actually had to move a box there, that would have been cool. But like I didn't. There was just a box there. Oh, come on, bro. It's right there. Oh, now it wants me to move the box because I'm not quite high enough. No. It wants me to, oh, there we go. Cute. Still not.
Boom.
That would have been good in like the first 10 minutes of the game. That would have been where I started with this.
And up we... Looks like we're taking the ladder.
Where's my hand? Did my controller die? Nope. It just lost track. It might be, that might be a sign that we're running out of battery. I don't know.
Yep, of course. This place is overgrown.
How dangerous do we think this stuff really is?
Well, it is spores from another dimension, so probably, yeah, extremely. But a rare opportunity to examine alien flora up close.
I'm looting the same 2 items over and over. After playing like Escape from Tarkov or something, it's just not the same, bro.
Oh, careful of those pustule things. You're looking a bit ticked off the closer you get.
It's like things like that voice line is like
I'm really starting to think I shouldn't be reading this stuff.
it denies me the ability to figure things out and be a smart person. And it's not even like it takes much to make that observation, but like I would have gotten as the player to make the observation, oh, those are like triggered by proximity. I should get out of the way when they go out. But like, no, they had to have the character say that to me. It's like they're removing gameplay. They're removing me being mentally engaged with the game when they do that. Now, never mind also that the pace at which they're doling these things out is way too slow anyway, but, you know, I'm just saying.
Ugh, this stuff reeks.
Oh, really? What does it reek like? Be specific.
Like a rotting animal mixed with ammonia.
Mixed with ammonia. Okay.
Whoops. So shooting it didn't help. So that's a different one. That one won't blow up unless I'm there. So that's just their way of forcing me to use the glove. Maybe it's the same one and the other one's just blew up as tutorial.
Oh, that's not good. You see that? Russell? Russell!
Alyx! Alyx! Come in!
I want to close these for cover, but I can't. Oh, I have to find the switch thinger. All right. Let's get ready to find the switch thinger. Oh, come on. You made me waste all my ammo on like a scripted guy. That's fucking bullshit. I hate it. Like, he's invincible because he's in a script. He's going to be at full HP. Like, that's lame. I just don't like when things feel scripted in a game, I don't like it. That was obviously a completely scripted encounter, and oh, I guess instead of nading, I could have gone around there. You know, it just, I want to play a game, right? I don't want to play a fake game, and that was a fake game. That wasn't a real game right there. That was fake. I hope you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it wasn't fake. I don't know. Okay. Maybe. No, it is fake. It's going from marker to marker scriptedly. Okay. See, I don't want to waste a nade on this guy because he's fake. Or, I don't know. Maybe you have to do so much damage at each waypoint. Damn it.
Alyx, what happened?
There was like a dog-looking lightning thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
I guess it wasn't that fake. It was more like a scripted boss where it has waypoints that it pathfinds between, and it would randomly go to the next one. I don't know. Didn't feel good. Oh, I thought that was an ammo down there. Okay, so I need to find the doohickey. I don't know where it is. I mean, I would assume it would have been in here somewhere. Oh. Well, that's a bug juice. I don't need a bug juice. I need the other thing. Maybe the monster, like, had it? The monster disappeared. It vaporized, right? All right, how am I not seeing the thing? Where, oh where is the doohickey? Okay, wait. So what happened? Maybe I needed to kill that thing to turn the power on, and then the doohickey is actually back here somewhere, and I can get to it now that the power's on? Or like what? What are we... what are we talking about? I don't think I'm supposed to go way back here. This doesn't feel right. This guy's not mad at me now. Oh, there's a doohickey. I don't know how to get that.
Gotcha.
Oh. Just have to be fast. I mean, I guess that's better grenade. Starting to run low on ammo. Oh. Oh, that'll take care. Okay. So the deal is this will blow up. See, this is hard coded to blow up those, or not hard coded, but like this will blow up those guys. Squeeze the grip. Yeah. Okay. That's oh fuck. What? Wait, why did that work now? Like, I don't know, dude. Oh, that's not the doohickey. That's ammos. Okay. Well, I guess I could have got that before. All right, you just got to get it fast. Oh no. I accidentally gripped the grip because I was grabbing it fast and it set it off and I didn't realize because it's kind of subtle, right? So like, you have to not squeeze the hand grip even though you're grabbing. So this is why I don't like these VR controls, because they're often, okay, that didn't help. Or maybe it did. All right. They're often gimmicky in a way that like is self-defeating. At least I've got a spare bug juice. Okay, I still don't know. Still don't know where the doohickey is. All right, let's bug juice up. Sorry, bug juice. It's broken. It doesn't have the hand panel. I can't bug juice. Maybe I can find the hand panel. I doubt it, though. Where do I find the thinger? My headset's on too tight. It's starting to hurt. I don't know, man. It might be break time again. I feel like the thinger should have been downstairs in this little cubby. But I don't see it. And so, I don't know. Or it should have been here. And I don't see it there. All right. So maybe I'm supposed to shoot the blue things in the hole. Let's try that. No. Shoot. I bet it's been on my screen like 5 times. And I just haven't noticed that it was right there. Because this is a Valve game. They wouldn't hide it in a random bucket. They would not do that. Yeah. I wish their snap to the walls was like a little bit less close to the walls. What am I looking for? Where is the doodad? Thingamabobber yet? Where? I mean, okay, like I fought the dude down here. I don't know. Maybe I am supposed to go way, way out. Back to the beginning. I mean, not really. These things don't pull me up. There's like nowhere else to go. Everyone in chat right now is going, blind, blind, it's right there. It's right there. You can't see it. You're blind. Okay, here's the other thing. It's too hot in here and I need to open the window. Wait, it's right there. How? Okay, hold on. How did I walk by that 17 times and not see it? It's right there where the monster died. How did I not see that? I thought I looked like right where the monster died.
Hey, Russell.
What?
This thing fell out of the car.
Ah, look at that. Huh, interesting.
I mean, I thought I looked explicitly where the monster died. I guess the highlight parts are where we've been in City 17. That's kind of cool. All right, break time. They're like, finally. I guess it was on my screen 17 times, like I said. We're going to take another short break. Perception check failed. Yeah, basically. That is basically what happens. Basically what happens. I am thirsty, so I will get an... Oh, I still have this iced tea. Testing, testing. So what's up, people? How's it going? I have VR marks on my face now. This is why VR is sexy and socially acceptable, because it makes you look cool. You're also playing this until the game randomly crashed. I haven't had the game crash on me yet. I have had Steam crash on me when I was trying to start the game, but I have not had the game crash. Look at all that resin I have, dudes. We're gonna get some upgrades. This could be a neat regular PC game too. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the control scheme definitely is a VR control scheme, but like, there's nothing about the game that requires this control scheme. You could do this game just fine with mouse and keyboard. And it would actually be better, honestly, because you wouldn't have all the weird fumbling when fighting monsters and stuff. So, yeah. I watched a streamer whose game crashed, Steam crashed, OBS crashed, and got a blue screen. Oh, bad day for that streamer. So far, the game doesn't take advantage of VR the way you hope to see. No, it really doesn't. This game doesn't do anything. This game is using VR under the theory that VR is immersive and under the theory that, like, doing weird gestures with your hands is better than doing stuff with mouse and keyboard. And I don't believe either of those. I don't think those are true. And so, the game is not really using... yeah, it's not using VR for the things that I think VR is good at yet. I mean, it might keep going and do more stuff. Honestly, it looks pretty bad to be a keyboard and mouse game. Well, that's the other thing I was saying is, like, if you guys have noticed, the game is, like, really slow. Like, it's sort of a shooter, but, like, you hardly ever shoot anything. You just kind of walk around, and then there's occasional guys. So in an actual shooter, right, in a well-designed shooter, there's, like, combat flow where you have different monsters at the same time or whatever they are, and you're dynamically figuring out how to tactically deal with these different things that will change how you behave, right? And like, this game has none of that because you encounter like one thing at a time. So it's not, I can't call it a well-designed shooter in that respect yet. It might become that eventually, but it is not right now at this point in the game. There's a lot of interaction in the world, which is a cool feeling. Not really. It's not that cool. Because it's not natural. It like doesn't do the right thing most of the time, despite all the work that they put into it. So it's like, why, okay, I'm opening and closing this drawer, and it feels lame because my hand is snapping to a place very far from where my hand is. And like, everything feels like styrofoam, right? Because you can't make things weigh anything in VR. So I'm picking up these giant crates like they're styrofoam. I don't know. Is there a way to play without teleportation? Yeah, there's a movement mode that will like smoothly move you. It was just making me more VR sick when I used that. At this point in the game, you're like 6 hours in or something. Yeah, it's hard to measure. Like, you can't measure it exactly by stream time because I've been taking a lot of breaks. But then you might say you would take a lot of breaks in a VR game no matter what, probably usually. So I don't know. I've got to be at least 4 or 5 hours of actual playtime in. So yeah, it's just a very slow game. Feed the snark. I don't know what that means. Use the multi-tool to hack a trip mine. I haven't seen a trip mine yet. Wait, I should have that achievement. Why don't I have Zen Ludism? Oh, because Steam just hasn't updated? Like, I probably got that achievement, but this display is old. Collect the SMG. Spoiler! Kill a grunt by shooting their gas tank. Spoiler. Have I done any flight simulator in VR? No, I haven't. Think Corona would result in a boost for VR? Not really. I mean, maybe, but I kind of don't feel like it. Pacing issues probably exist due to the fact that VR moves slower than keyboard and mouse. So it's like everything is stretched out because of slowness. Well, no, because it's the game design that's slow. Like, Space Pirate Trainer is really fast. Beat Saber is really fast, right? Obviously, games in VR can be really fast. It's just you have to design them. You have to design them so that the ideas happen at an appreciable speed. Even in this game, even if it was just walking around doing stuff, like, the rate of idea introduction is very slow. There's just a lot of filler. There's a lot of me not really doing anything special. So, okay, here's one thing that's happening, I think, right? Is you go into a new environment, and the new environment is supposed to, like, be impressive and is supposed to be the content, right? And then you get a ways in there, you get like half an hour of playing that environment, and then a new thing happens, like, oh, here's the Zen grenade or whatever, right? And that's not right from a design standpoint. You don't want to string new ideas out until they're thin. You want to combine them to create as rich of an experience as you can, right? So, like, you actually want the Zen grenade, for example, much earlier in that zone so that you're having the experience of the new aesthetics and, like, this interesting grenade at the same time, right? That's, you know, it's like in story writing. It's the same thing. It's in fiction writing. It's like the prose that you write should do multiple things at the same time, right? You shouldn't write a few sentences that describe a character, and then a few sentences that say how the character feels, and then a few sentences that describe the setting, and then a few sentences of dialogue that, like, say what the plan is, right? You want higher density. You want to do multiple things at the same time. That's good writing, right? So it's the same thing with game design. You don't want to overload people so that they're confused and don't know what's going on, but you want multiple things happening at once. I'm saying I should have got the Zen grenade closer to 10 minutes into the zone. I don't mean to use that too specifically. Even the Zen grenade is just something that came to mind as, like, a new thing that was introduced, right? You want to introduce the ideas faster. That's all. Like, I'm doing a lot of the same boring looting of ammo and resin. Like, I'm really bored of that now. I'm just doing the same thing over and over. And they seem to think that that's content, right? It's not. It stopped being content a long time ago, like 1 hour into the game, because I'm not doing anything interesting. I'm just grabbing the things. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of like Mario coins, but they're bad Mario coins. Because Mario coins, at least, you're doing Mario motion in order to grab the coins, and you have to aim him and stuff in the way that you aim Mario, right? And like here, it's much slower, and you're just standing there and you grab the thing. Like there's no play to it. There's no play to it. The looting might be better if it went in your inventory as soon as you touch your hand. That would make it better, but I just wouldn't have it. Like, it reminds me of Gears of War 1 finding the cog tags. They're just not interesting. They're all like, oh, this cog tag's in a corner. This other cog tag's in a corner. Like, it really feels like something a game design student would do in college. You know? Isn't it unsustainable to make a game like that where you're constantly inundating the player with new shinies? No! You're changing what I said. You said inundating. I'm not saying inundating. You changed the semantics of what I said with that word. I said you want to keep the game interesting by keeping it idea rich. Of course you can take that too far. You don't take it too far. You take it to the right amount, right? You do things well and they turn out good. You do things badly and they turn out bad. So if you ask me, but wait, if you do things badly, isn't that going to be bad? I'll say yes. Don't do it badly. Do you think that if you would try to design the game, you could get better insights that what would work and what wouldn't work compared to playing the game? I mean, that's not the best question, because if I were to start designing this game, it would end up a totally different game, and you can't like compare it, right? I mean, the question you're asking is true for a player. Like someone who just plays games and doesn't ever design them, probably when they talk about ideas of how they would do it, those ideas aren't realistic and won't work. But someone who's been a game designer most of their life, when they say ideas, those ideas probably work. It's just different. Do I think that a Star Wars-esque force might be a better way of interacting with the world instead of snapping the hand? Yeah, I would prefer it if I could just highlight with the thing and then pull the trigger and the object would come toward me. That would be preferable. I don't know why they didn't do that. How do I feel about the possibility my approach to the game made it less fun? Watching Lyric play was an entirely different experience to watching me play. Well, that's fine. I mean, you know, Lyric is like 24 or something, right? He's not lived as long of a life and hasn't played as many games, and he's probably not as bored of this kind of game as I am. And that's totally acceptable. Like, the fact that I think that this game is boring doesn't mean that anybody else has to think the game is boring. It doesn't mean that they're wrong and I'm right. It doesn't mean that I'm wrong and they're right, right? Different people have different reactions. So that's totally fine. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not saying that anybody is wrong to like this game. I'm just saying I don't really like it. That's all. And again, that might change. Like maybe I'll like the second half or whatever. I achieved a hidden achievement that it won't even tell me what it is. Inundating the player might overwhelm them, but even what you're saying where new shinies get introduced with just the right frequency feel kind of thin. No, I mean, you're making stuff up. Look, dude, you're making problems up. Like, ideas in a game are introduced at some rate. That is just what happens in games, all right? Part of the designer's job is to tune that rate. It has to be some rate. Like the argument you're giving me is that any rate that I pick would be wrong somehow. It's like, no, there's a good rate that you pick. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm kind of getting frustrated at the question, I guess. Maybe I just don't understand what you're saying, but like how it sounds to me like you're trying to phrase questions in a way that there's no possible right answer to possibly design the game correctly. And that's never true. Like, you always can design a game. You always can improve a game. Always. Games are many, many, many dimensional. You can always make them better, right? Gabe said this game was partially inspired by Firewatch, which is a very slow-paced game. I mean, I guess, but like, it doesn't have the density of story that Firewatch has. It doesn't have the richness of characters that Firewatch has. So like, what, you know? And I was frustrated with how minimal the gameplay was in Firewatch as well, by the way. But yeah. Did I like Doom Eternal? I didn't play it. It's because he worked on the game, so he's taking offense to my remarks. That's fine too. If someone did, you know, no, look, you know, if I say I would make a game a certain way, and I think that would be better. The other thing is, I mean, okay, look, Valve is in a different business than me. So the decisions that I make are different than the decisions that they would make because they're trying to do a different thing. They're making a commercial video game product, and I am trying to make something different that's, you know, more about how interesting the game is in some sense, right? In some different sense than commercial success. Now that said, I think they could have made this game so that it would be a lot more fun in the commercial way, but that's not even what I'm thinking about when I say how to make a game better. So like, it's not, you know, whatever. It is what it is. You're just relaying what he said. Yeah, I mean, like, Firewatch kind of works because there's no real gameplay in it, right? And I didn't totally like that. I would have liked it if there was some kind of more real gameplay, but if Firewatch was kind of a shooter, it wouldn't have really worked the way that it did. Because the reasons the characters worked and the things that they were talking about worked as well as it did is because that's where most of the effort of the game went, right? In a game like this, you know, you're just, like, it's kind of a shooter, right? It's a Half-Life game. But it's a Half-Life game with half the half-life, you know what I mean? It's a quarter life. And quarter life isn't dense enough after you've played Half-Life, right? Not enough ideas being introduced or not enough quality in the ideas. I think it's both. Okay, let's break down some of the things, okay? Ostensibly, there's a number of ideas in this game that could be interesting, right? There's the pipe game, which honestly, I mean, most implementations of the pipe game are boring, right? But you could imagine a version of the pipe game that would be interesting. And I don't know, where you have things that are actually a challenge to figure out, or where you have to have some realization, right, in order to solve the puzzle. The problem that they have is they're building a linear game. And in a linear game like this, you cannot have puzzles that people might not solve, okay? That is why the pipe game is boring, because it is blocking progress to the later parts of the game. And so if it's actually challenging, people won't be able to play the game, right? Or some percentage of people won't be able to play the game. So it would have to be more nonlinear and have a lot more optional things, but that's not the kind of game that this is. You could say, oh, well, it should open optional ammo closets or whatever, but there's like not enough items in this game to be able to do that, right? Because it's so minimal in terms of like health, resin, whatever. Either you don't DDA, right, and you let the people who could solve the puzzles get into the optional ammo closets, and then And then they have way more resources than other players, and the game is unbalanced in that sense, right? Or you do DDA, and then it doesn't matter to get the extra ammo and whatever, because even if you didn't do that, the game would give it to you in other ways. Even if it's something subtle, like you don't take as much damage when you get hit by monsters or whatever. So like neither one of those is a win. The only real thing you could do right now that I could think of is have like extra story rooms. Like you could have an extra side, kind of like the Ratman in Portal, right? There weren't that many Ratman things in Portal, but you could have like an entire side story of extra lore that you wouldn't know about that you could get into by solving the pipe puzzles, right? I would have done that probably if this was my game. And then maybe there would be some easy pipe puzzles that are blocking you, and then some harder ones. That would have made that more interesting, right? Other stuff like the weird sphere with the vectors out of it, like why is that even in the game? It's because they needed to have something. Maybe that used to be something else and it was too hard and they toned it back to this at the last minute and it's too easy. I don't know. That's a D- in the game design class. I don't understand what it's supposed to be. And then the memory game, like again, like that's filler. Like you might be able to do memory in a way that wasn't filler somehow, but even then it's not like it's new and interesting. It's memory. Right? You could do memory with choices, right? Where like whichever, like you could do a memory thing where it flashes and then if you mismatch, you get nothing. Or whichever thing you connect, you would either get an ammo or a health or a grenade or something, right? Based on which items you match, that would make it more interesting because you would have player agency. But, the game designers on this game didn't think that hard, honestly. And again, the game gives you so many of the same resources that it's like an extra memory puzzle that gives you one extra thing once in a while wouldn't be enough to matter, honestly, either. So like the game would have to change a lot for these things to be interesting. The like Vortigaunt spatial puzzle thing could have been interesting, but they dropped it. I haven't seen that since, the beginning of the game. So all those things though, the reason I was talking about these is all those things are potential sources of sequences of ideas that could develop over time in the game and get more interesting, right? And none of them do. I mean, they're sort of trying to, but none of them really do. Like, we've had one advancement in ideas, which is that the pipe puzzle required me to get up and take a painting down. Like, okay, that was cute. Is that going to build into anything? It doesn't feel like it. But that, if they did that kind of thing a lot more often, then there would be an idea flow to the design, right? There isn't really. They do have a little bit of idea flow in terms of the monsters, but it's really slow. They do have a little bit of an idea flow in terms of the weapons, but it's super slow. Like I never use the shotgun even, because they don't give me any frickin' shotgun ammo. So I'm literally still using the pistol that I started at the beginning 95% of the time, 98% of the time. I do have upgrades for it, which is great. But those don't come very often. Like all of these things are just super slow. Like it almost feels like I'm playing a Zynga game where you have to press the button and then wait 6 hours. Except it's me going through the levels. They should take a look at Receiver for better gun mechanics. Maybe. I never really played Receiver that I remember. But I always thought that was interesting. Like, okay, let's make you do all the things that you do when you're shooting, right? Or, I did the AR-15 class the other day, and it's like, okay, there's a number of things that you do on the rifle in order to operate it normally. Of course, that said, most of the time it's just pull the trigger well, even there's a few things, right? It's like fire, 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 fire. When you're out, drop the mag, grab a new mag, load the mag, which is interesting, right? But it's hard to make that work in VR because VR is so non-physically feedbacking you, right? There's things like clear a misfire and stuff, but you don't. I don't know. It might be bad to introduce misfires in a game. It's hard to do and have the game feel good, if you know what I'm saying. Some people talking about that Alyx is a prequel to Half-Life 3. Anything could be possible. I don't have any inside information into Valve's development, if that's what you're asking. I'm just a different game designer. All the puzzles are just introductory right now. They get more involved eventually. Well, that's good to hear, but I'm really bored with these fucking puzzles. I'm like, why is this game making me do this, right? So that, I feel like that part of the design is off. It is tuned for like 6-year-olds. And I don't want to play that. I want to skip ahead to the interesting puzzles. I'm really getting mad at the game at this point. If Valve develops the ideas more rapidly and further, they might run out of ideas too quickly. Well, I don't think so. Look, dude, I did puzzle ideas in The Witness. It was a totally different puzzle system, but there were 600 and something puzzles and everyone had its own idea to it. Sometimes the ideas were small increments, especially in the beginning, but they were always there. And that was me as a game designer, one designer, and I was also programming and I was also running the company, right? When you have a big company with designers, you should have tons more ideas. Ideas are not that hard to come by. So I don't think that, if you do find yourself running out of ideas, you need to introduce something new or pivot in terms of what the starting ideas are. You need to find richer starting ideas. But once you find the right ones, the universe generates ideas magically in a combinatoric way as soon as you find the right thing. 6-year-olds can't wear VR headsets. I know, that's why I'm saying it's bad. Do I think it's because they're trying to make the game accessible to as many people as possible? That's probably likely one problem, yes. I don't want to play a really easy puzzle that everyone in the world has no problem with because it's not a puzzle. Why are you making me do that? Portal and Portal 2 are relatively short and they are well-received value games. No, Portal 2 is pretty long as I remember. Portal 1 is kind of short. Portal 2 is long. You guess this isn't worth dropping 1K on an index? I don't know. A lot of people are reviewing it positively on Metacritic, right? So, I think the Metacritic average was 92 when I looked. So, a lot of people like the game. You might like the game. I just don't. This game has put me in a bad mood, and now I'm grumpy when I'm answering questions. If I'd been enjoying the game, I'd be in a good mood. AAA games should just not include puzzles if they have to be beaten by everyone. I agree. Or, if it's an easy puzzle, add some player agency to the puzzle. Have there be a few ways that I could solve it. Like I said with the resource thing. Have there be a few ways that I could solve it, and that's equivalent to making a choice. That's a way of having a puzzle that, that has more meaning than just, these are just filler, and they piss me off that I have to play them to get to the rest of the game. You're under the assumption that gameplay is secondary to the medium? That's not true. Is it fair to critique gameplay without considering the medium? Yes, it absolutely is. because the game design is designed on top of the medium. The designer takes the medium and decides what to do with it. So yes, those decisions can either be good decisions or bad decisions. Same as, like, if I'm going to go think about whether I like the decisions or not behind a mouse and keyboard shooter, I'm not going to say, oh, they only had mouse and keyboard to work with. They couldn't possibly do a good job. Of course they can. Of course they can. Why would I expect good puzzles from a AAA game? You're setting yourself up for frustration. I'm not necessarily expecting good puzzles. I'm expecting a good game, right? So if they're going to put these puzzles in, they chose to put puzzles in, right? I didn't choose to put puzzles into Half-Life Alyx. The designers of Half-Life Alyx chose to put puzzles into Half-Life Alyx, right? So if they choose to do that, it is on them to make the puzzles good, right? It's not my fault that they have to do that. It's their fault that they have to do that because they chose to do it, right? I'm just saying the puzzles aren't any good, which is clear. Like, nobody thinks these puzzles are challenging or interesting, all right? Or, I don't know, maybe somebody does, but few people would. They're just filler. What's the last AAA game that I enjoyed? Blackout. Or, no, what was the frickin' game from like 6 months ago or 7 months ago where you're looting, like Earth was taken over by, I don't know, dream monsters? I don't know what that frickin' game was. I really don't remember that much about it. That game was cool. No, not Death Stranding. Apex Legends was all right, but this other game was more recent than that. Escape from Tarkov I wouldn't qualify as AAA. Did I try out Warzone? Yeah, I just don't like it that much. Remnant, I think, is what I'm talking about, yeah. You made your mom play The Witness and it took her an hour to beat the first 3 puzzles. Well, it is not exactly designed for non-gamers, right? It assumes a little bit of game literacy. So Remnant is probably the last AAA game that I really enjoyed, but I don't play that many AAA games for that exact reason. Remnant Tree Boss was a horrifying experience. I didn't think that part was that bad, honestly. Was Remnant the game that I got so far? Yes. So Remnant was the game that I was hating in the beginning because the first boss was just frickin' impossible. I ended up liking the game more later on. But dude, in the beginning, that game sucked. I streamed it for those of you a couple of you who may have been here. Have I been noticing a dip in AAA game quality recently or something? I mean, I do think AAA games are mostly more boring than they used to be. That's a natural thing that happens. So as budgets go up, fewer and fewer risks are taken, and that's just how business works. So it's maybe not surprising. As a Counter-Strike player, do I have any thoughts on Valorant? I have not seen Valorant. I don't have any thoughts about it. Your wife had problems with the 3D aspect. Oh, did she get motion sick? That's too bad. Do I think Cyberpunk 2077 has potential? It's not really my kind of game. It's, again, one of these story-based games where you play through levels. I don't like those. mostly. I like Deus Ex 1. Am I enjoying the uptick in Metroidvanias? No, I think most of those are boring too. If there is a non-boring Metroidvania that I should play, let me know. Motion sick. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Like, with The Witness, some people get motion sick, and we don't know why, honestly. We put in the reticle and FOV stuff to help, but we don't know why people get motion sick on that game. Did I see the tweet that was making rounds where the id guys were talking about how the new engine doesn't have a main thread? No, I didn't see that. I'm not sure that sounds like a good idea to me. Was I always a gamer? Yeah. I gamed since I was like 5 years old. I don't even know. Since I was old enough to game. What is it about Metroidvanias that I find boring? They're just mostly filler. They're just mostly going back and forth through really long spaces, repeatedly shooting monsters. It's just boring. You didn't realize people get sick while playing The Witness. Yeah, a lot of people do. Yeah. Did I have anything to say about Hollow Knight? I played it a bit. I think I also helped fund it, or Indie Fund helped fund it, so probably shouldn't say too much. Do I think it is possible to create a AAA huge budget game that is meaningfully creative? It is probably possible, but it's harder. As the budget goes up and more people want to tell you what to do, it gets harder and harder. And it's just hard to coordinate. What were my favorite games growing up? I mean, it depends what age I was, dude. I mean, I played games from... Growing up could be anywhere from 5 to 18. That's like 13 years of video games on many different systems. I almost don't know how to answer the question. What's my take on Castlevania SOTN? Is that the Captain Picard one? Is VR going to be the next gaming frontier? Oh, you're asking that to someone else. Any thoughts on hardware design of the new consoles now that we have full specs? I mean, they're both going to be better than the previous gen. That's great. I think the PS5 has a bit of an edge. I could be wrong about that, but I like PS5 better. But as I always say, as developers, our job is just to do... to work hard and make our game the best on every console. And so that's what we will do. And yeah, so just look at the next gen consoles if you're interested in consoles as opposed to PC, and just pick the ones that you think are interesting. Do I think development on Sokoban would go faster if I had more people working on it? Yes, it would. If I played any games from Software, a little bit. Or am I even optimizing on that axis? A little bit. Like, we don't have that big of a budget right now. And if you want to run a company and not go out of business, you kind of have to not spend too much money, right? And you could say, well, you would spend less money if you hired more people for less time. The problem is just schedules always slip, and when things are slipping with a lot of people, it's way more scary than when they're slipping with few people. And so we're still in business, but part of the reason we're still in business is because I didn't scale up the company massively, And also there's just an accuracy issue. Like the more people that you have, the harder it is to make the thing that you want, because it's hard to coordinate people. Are games going to require very fast SSDs, PC games? Yeah. Probably. No, we haven't been doing stock buybacks. Do we fund the company ourselves completely? Yes. We're completely self-funded, which means publishers never can tell us what to do, which means we're able to make art games, which is good. Did I fund From Software's games? Interesting. I mean, they're not my kind of game that much, so it is what it is. Are my legs hurting? No, but I dance all the time and stuff, so I don't mind. I don't mind standing up in VR for a long time. Am I planning to keep doing the primary design on games my company releases, or is there a future where there might be games designed by others? There is a future where there might be games designed by others, where I like executive design, where I pick generally what the game is or something. We'll see. Oh, chat is going too fast for me now. Chat is going too fast. It's scrolling off. Do I think developers ultimately make more or less with Epic paid exclusivity? It depends on the developer. Some probably make more, some probably make less. This is probably changing over time as the amount that they give for the deals changes and all that. So, yeah. Is Expert calling me a narcissist? Like, seriously? I don't know. I don't know how seriously to read that. I don't like it when people come into my channel and start insulting me. It's not my favorite thing. All right, let me get a drink and we'll go back in the game. We've been doing too much chat. Do I think that there's no economic incentive for good software in general? I mean, there is and there isn't. Chai break? Oh, I've been eating too much candy today for chai break, but we should do a chai stream soon. Am I working on a project at the moment? Yeah, we're working on so many projects, you wouldn't believe it, man. So many projects. It's crazy. All right. Let's go back in the game and see what happens. See if we can get to the good part. We're going to get to the good part, everybody. I believe. I believe it's going to happen. I believe it's going to happen. I think I maybe just have the top too tight now. I don't know, dude. You know, the best thing they could do technology for the next generation of VR headsets is just somehow figure out something really smart about helping it fit on your head more snugly without being uncomfortable. Maybe just being lighter would help. Orange, orange. Oh, this is a little bit different. Is it saying you can't go across the red? Or is it saying I have to match the red first so that the red disc disappears? It's not like doing memory. Why does it have like Doom Eternal Satan pentagrams? Okay, so those are whites. Those are reds. Reds, whites, oranges. Oh, no, the red isn't a barrier. Okay. Whoops. I screwed up. Oh, that's the number of tries that I get. That's a lot of tries, guys. Oh, I totally didn't remember. Are these the oranges? Oh, no, that is a barrier. Wait, what? Oh, only red can go through the barrier. I don't know. See, now I don't... I think that's the orange one? So it might start to get interesting later if they use these barriers in an interesting way. But I kind of feel like they won't. We'll see. Where's the... There.
There it is. That elevator will take
I
you to
don't
the
like...
station.
The macabre bodies thing is also getting really boring. Like, it's not scary. It's not mood anymore. It's just been the same thing over and over. It's just, you know. I guess I could have used Zen Grenade on him instead of all that ammo. So there's a thingamabobber in a vent. There's explosives in a room. There's these things. Okay, so it's maybe tutorializing. Oh no, it's saying throw it over the thing. All right. It's very blurry down now. I don't have good focus. Oh, he's got stuff. Ah! My ammo. See, that would sort of have been an interesting gameplay choice if I knew that that was going to happen. Like, oh, you pick one or the other. You know what I mean? All right. That didn't do enough damage to him. He's still moving. Or no, maybe not. It's so... I can't get the headset to stay in the right place. Maybe he's not still moving. I haven't seen him. All right. All right. So the do-bobber was up there. Oh, it's just a recent what? All right. It is what it is. Oh wait, I got a magazine somehow. I almost said clip, but clips are what civvies wear in their hair. This is called a magazine. Even though some guns actually use clips. Whoa! Wait, what? Oh, was that one of the little blobs? Was it right there and I didn't see it because I'm stupid? Ouch. I just didn't know what that sound was. Alright. Precautionary. I probably don't need that health since there's a health thing down there, but like... Or maybe that's a nade box. Like this motion gets, like that was, like I'm able to do it more reliably now. It's just, it took way too long. Authorized? Am I authorized? I guess I am. Oh god, I'm authorized. Oh. I'm trying to run, I can't move. Alright, so I didn't load my mag right there. Or I didn't slide the slide. But like, I don't know. That like wasn't enjoyable. Cause like, I haven't, that's one of these things where it's like, I haven't been able to get combat practice in this game because there's no frickin' combat. Alright. Oh god, I'm here. What? Alright. It's okay. Alright. So we have established those do kill those guys. Oh god. Run away. Took some damage. I don't like this grip button on this controller, dude. It's not good. Okay, let me get back in the room. Alright. Ah, dude, throwing things in VR sucks. Alright. Okay, so firstly, we're going to keep our health here. We're not going to take damage from the bomb thinger. And how are we not going to do that? We're going to blow it up. No, it wasn't right there. Did it fall on me from somewhere? Like, what happened? I went over there, and I heard Geiger counter clicks, and then I got hit by something. So, what was that all about? Oops, I don't see anything. I don't like the way this game discourages you from having a full magazine. Like, if I'd had a full magazine when I'd gone through that door, I would have done much better. But, like, I'm always trying to conserve ammo and stuff. You know? What's that? Nothing good. Okay, so here... Okay, so first of all, I do want to get rid of this guy, because he'll get in the way of this fight. This is why he is here, honestly. Okay. Let's play this like a smart person. Oh. That guy I'm not really worried about right now. Okay. So we got a mostly full mag. We've got 3 shotgun shots, which is full for us. I don't think that helped. All right, what an amazing room. Shotgun ammo. Oh my god.
2 shots left.
Oops. Like, I don't even remember how to use the shotgun. That's how long it's been. Like, who was in charge of that? That was it? Is a triple monster room for a little bit of ammo? The range on that thing is not very high. Oh, come on, bro. Oh. Let's save, just because I didn't like that room. Alright. I mean, why not? So I guess you don't want to headshot that guy because his head is armored. Is that the deal? You want to body shot him? Why is there so much health? Clips are what civvies wear in their hair. This is called a health stim thinger, my bobber. I need the key card. It's my favorite game. Like, what is... Oh, now they move. So that's an example of an idea progression. It's just like, why did I do 9 of those before that happened? And it's not that interesting of a progression yet. We'll see. I imagine that there will eventually be like line segments connecting them or something like that to make like more substantial barriers. But, all right, I probably need... You know, I probably need the doodad. Where's the doodad? Do I have to fight a boss for the doodad? Oh? We haven't had a weapon upgrade station in a long time. Oh.
Ah, crap. Lightning dog.
Be careful, Alyx.
See, that's super scripted.
Russell?
How come I can shoot through this fence and just not other fences? Okay, that's the way out. Ow! Alright. Whoa, what? Wait, where'd my nade go? Did I accidentally nade myself? What just happened? Okay, that's why there's a lot of health here. Okay. Waste of ammo. Waste of ammo, unscripted thing. Okay. Okay, so there's the doohickey has to be in there, right? Somewhere, or else. Oh no, the doohickey is in the monster's body. It's the electro monster's body. So I have to go find where it went. Also, oh no, you have to not let him do that. Nice, nice. Alright, well. Ow! I thought I was out of the way of that. Alright. Damn, dude. Fuck. Shit, my gun's stuck on the wall. Okay, we got a doohickey.
Alyx, is the dog gone? What happened?
New development? It went into a dead guy.
No.
Yes. I had to shoot both of them. It was nuts, Russell.
It sounds nuts.
Doggone it.
Oh, it was.
Oh, you know, I could have probably... Oh, no, this was not active yet, right? This is not a thing. This, however... I kind of should look for more health before I go up. But there probably isn't. No. Dude, we're just looking for a weapon upgrade station now. It's going to be so good.
Shouldn't Dad be back by now?
Well, let's think about it, Alyx. He's on foot, moving at 3 miles an hour. Plus, he's a fugitive. He's only got one leg. There's obstacles, no direct path. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. He should be back by now.
Yeah. So I should be worried.
Normally, yes. But you're the one headed towards the danger, so I'd say we should be the ones worried about you.
Ugh. All right. Oh, there's 3 now. That's another idea progression. Still not a good puzzle. All right. Green. So I guess I have until I move it. Is that how this works? Okay, so we could do yellow right off the bat. Yellow. And we can do pink, yellow, and then rotate slightly and do greens. So pink, yellow, rotate slightly, do green. Wait, that was supposed to be a green. How do I abort? Abort mission. Abort mission. I have to do red now? I don't know which one was reds. No, that's a... So that's reds. Blue. No. Green thing. Wait, red? Really? How did I not see that? All right. This is really annoying. Oh my god, now I'm just getting annoyed at all the damn puzzles. You know what I'm saying?
You've almost got it.
Oh, you just move the hand? Oh. Oh, it's a reflector droido. Like what? All right. So let's get the bullets. Because the game still doesn't give me... How do I do this? The game still does not give me enough shotgun ammo to actually want to invest in the shotgun. Really, I should be saving up resin for the SMG, except I don't know if it'll give me any ammo for that
My
either.
gun just keeps getting better and better.
You know, Russ, technically, I don't think there's a whole lot of your gun left anymore.
I'll tell you what, let's put that idea on hold for now. We can chat about my gun when you get back.
Laser sight, double shot.
I don't have enough resin for any of this stuff.
Ah, well, you know what they say about resin, Alyx.
No, what do they say about resin, Russ?
Look for more resin.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
grenade
look for
launcher
more
is the
resin.
thing. Grenade launcher is the item next. But like the shotgun has been useless the entire game, so like that's so weird. Like shotgun ammo, please. Nope. Nope. I mean... Oh, it uses just as many mags. It just feeds them up. Okay. That's interesting. Well, I guess I need to find a lot more mags now.
Uh-oh, this guy's not wearing a shirt.
That was your joke? What? Shotgun shells. Look. If we save up, we could eventually shoot the shotgun again. It'll be great. That. Oh, it's a Left 4 Dead safe house. I did not expect that. Right, oh, I gotta drop the mag. Can't just load them both. Oh. Right. I like not having to reload that much. So I guess I have to go past that thing before it blows up, because I don't have any Any alien nades? That looks good. That looks really good. Metal BRDF, man. All right. That BRDF is totally metal. Ooh. Okay, wait, this seems like the way forward. Oh god, that didn't die? What? I blew those up, dude. What? Oh, come on. That also should be more interesting than it is. Like, you should have to, like, do something slightly different every time, and you don't. There's nothing good back here. Whatever happened to my magic flashlight? Alright. Oh, there's ammo. No, that's just reflectance on a thing. Fuck, come on, guys. Really? Wait, that was it? I guess I was really hurt. It's a building just like the other building I was in. Or maybe it's higher up in the same building. I guess it is, right? Ugh. Okay, wait, which way do I want to go? It's almost a little bit non-linear. Let's open every closet door. I want to open the thing. Like, literally, how many of these do I have to... Oh, this one's stuck. Like, it's just so many. I'm doing this same thing over and over and over. And over and over. Crimson and clover. clover. Crimson in clover. Over and over. I can't go over that? Really? Great. Haha, that was funny. All right. See, because even zombies go to the bathroom. Well, this is right back where I was. What was the point of that? It was just funny, I guess. I mean, I didn't really get a thing. Did I search? I think I searched these, right? 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 I did, right? I don't know. Oh no, I'm not in the same place. Okay, well. Wait, is it like better if I shoot him in the health thingy, mabobber? Is that what's going on there? I like the pistol a lot more with the ammo reservoir. That was a good purchase. Okay, I'm on the 3rd floor. So I think that was the actual intended way forward. All right, I used it all. Let's go back then, because there were other rooms. Oh, this cable is driving me nuts again. Okay, next vibe. Oh, it's one way, bro. Or is it? Let's see. No, it isn't. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is. I can't. Oh my God, game. There were other rooms that I didn't loot. All right, whatever. Seriously? Okay, that's like a thing. Misfire. ND.
Three
Scripted.
magazines.
Waste of ammo. I don't have any freaking ammo. This is totally, the doors are going to open and zombies are going to come from behind me. Is that a monster? I don't like this, like, tightly rationed ammo plus scripted monster thing. It's not good. You shouldn't do both of those in the same game. Feels bad. I haven't been searching in there. I might have been missing some resin. Pick up some boring resins for the 173rd time. All right, we're just going to run past that as opposed to nading it. I don't think there's anything in there. See, I don't even want to shoot those guys because they're scripted. Look, they're scripted to crawl through the hole. If I shoot them, it is a waste of ammo. This angers me greatly. All right. I kind of don't want to waste this nade. Maybe I should, though. Except I shouldn't, because I have infinite right here. This is one of these things I don't like about... I mean, I guess it's good that I have infinite nades, because, like, they're so hard to throw. I mean, if you're going to give me infinite nades, I'm just going to use them. Oh, you know what? Come on, bro. Oh, that thing, they're just going to keep coming out of there. So this isn't helping me. That's a spawn like in Gauntlet. All right. Well, rip that strategy. So I feel like up is like how it wants me to go. No, down is how it wants me to go, because that's a super drama area. Dude, I don't know. I could use the turning here, I guess. Oh, I ran out of battery, dude. All right, rip. We're going to save. See, my right hand isn't here. Before we run out on the left hand, we're going to pause. We're going to plug in our controllers, which we should have done during the previous breaks. How's it going, people? What is happening out there in the non-VR world where people live? I'm off cam when I go to side of room opposite bookshelves. I honestly don't know where I am at any given time in the game. I mean, I can rotate the camera. Oh, usually we have the camera pointing more this way, and I forgot to do that. Feels very 2D out here. Well, that's what you get for not playing a VR game. It's commenting how we missed all those drawers full to the brim with shotgun shells. Is it just me, or are there no shotgun shells in this game? Like, what's going on? Have I got used to the pickup lasso gesture? The part where you do the quick flick to grab something is working a lot better for me. But quite often I still target the wrong thing because the highlighting is really subtle and I don't pay that much attention to it. So sometimes, there was a moment when I kept grabbing a drawer when I was trying to pull the thing out of the drawer, and that was very frustrating. There is plenty if I look careful enough. What should I do to look for shotgun? I feel like if I looked any more carefully, the game would be just super tedious. But maybe there's a certain kind of object I'm not looking inside or whatever. Like, What should I be doing to find more shotgun shells? You get DD8 anyway. I mean, is there DD8 in the game? I never verified that. I just said it feels like that to me. Like, having the barnacles drop loot feels like a way to DDA. Also, maybe even waiting to spawn loot in a closed drawer till you open the drawer could be a way to DDA. Or a closed crate. Mostly it's just drawers and shelves. I've looked in every drawer and shelf, I think. I mean, I probably missed some, because that's just what happens, but I have attempted to loot every drawer and every shelf. What is DDA? Dynamic difficulty adjustment. It's when a game wants to make you feel like you're accomplishing things, but you aren't really. Dynamic loot system that keeps the balance of the resources you have available. Yeah, that's offensive to me because it means it doesn't really matter, for example, how much I conserve ammo to make accurate shots, because the game's going to give me more ammo if I spend my ammo. That's just, it's, ugh. Act tuning? I never heard that term. DDA is a very standard term in the games industry. Is DDA an option? I did not see any option. As far as I can tell, it's built into the game. You've heard act tuning as well? I don't know what that term means. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. You know, maybe I'm not getting any shotgun ammo because I have a lot of pistol ammo. And it's like, oh, he has a lot of ammo. Let's just not spawn him more ammo. Like maybe if I spent all my pistol ammo, I would get shotgun ammo. I don't know. It's the same as DDA. What does the phrase act tuning, what is it supposed to literally mean? Like, what is the act in act tuning? That's what I don't understand. Any comments on the game's graphics? It's good for VR game, you know? The graphics are nice. I mean, the graphics are in principle nice. But they've spent a lot of time showing me generic slimy dungeons and mangled bodies, which are not nice. And honestly, the mangled bloody bodies that they have in the game just look bad. Apart from being ugly, because that's what they are, they just don't look good graphically. But a lot of other things do. The most impressive part for you has been the sound design. I don't like the sound design. I don't think I'm not a fan. How natural is shooting through nooks and crannies? I mean, that part works about as well as you could expect. The thing is, you know, aiming a mostly massless weapon or a weapon that's the weight of your VR controller just feels weird, right? And, you know, there's not much you can do about that. That's a technological limitation in VR. I actually kind of wonder. I wanted to do like a height over bore test, but the red dot magically doesn't appear on walls that are really close. I wonder if they cheat and put your bullet exactly on the dot. I feel like they do, which again is lame. Like, yeah. I'm just thinking back to all these things that Counter-Strike do wrong, that they justified these choices over and over by like, that's what professional gamers want. But then you play a game like, you know, Tarkov or PUBG that doesn't do that stuff and it's way better. It's just like, guys, do the right freaking thing. Like, height over bore is interesting, right? If you have more clutch moments, that's better, right? No, because it's fake. Because it's a fake game at that point. It's like if you play a board game with your older brother and he lets you win. It's like, is that good? No, it's not good. It's, you know, I mean, if you're a 6-year-old, that's fine. If you're an adult, it's kind of offensive. And that's the thing is, as an experienced gamer, you can feel DDA and it feels stupid. It's like, why? Like, okay, especially in a shooter game. I mean, I have an entire lecture. If you look at the speech that I gave in Prague a couple years ago on YouTube, I talk about this at length. But the point is, these games claim to be about skill, right? A shooter claims to be about how well you shoot and how well you make those kinds of decisions, those combat decisions. But it actually isn't about that if it's just going to be like, well, all right, you didn't do that well, but here's some health and here's some ammo or whatever, right? Like, it's not really about what it claims to be about at some point. I'm a little too tired to want to go into a long explanation of that, but you could see the speech about it if you care. Does it feel like VR has a future after this AAA release? I feel like it will plateau in the coming years. Does not provide enough to become ubiquitous. Well, okay. I mean, this game is not going to be the big thing that opens the floodgates to the VR future like some people might have hoped, right? Because it's just, like I say, it doesn't give you anything that a mouse and keyboard game doesn't. It doesn't give you anything that a mouse and keyboard game doesn't also give you, right? Except for some very trivial, you know, VR gesture stuff. Like gunfighting in space with obstacles is cool, but lots of other games give you that, and you don't even get that much of that in this game, right? Like if you want to shoot stuff in VR, you'll get to shoot a lot more stuff and get a lot more flow states in Space Pirate Trainer, and it doesn't frickin' DDA you, right? Yes, it is the GDS 2017. Wow, 2017, man. That was a long time ago already. Different people play games for different reasons. Some gamers don't want to feel skilled. They just want the vicarious experience of being in a dire situation. That's fine. I don't want to play those games. You know, I will, you know, I don't want to play a DDA game, and I'm not interested in it at all. It kind of offends me that a game thinks that I would want that, and I just want nothing to do with it. So that's fine. I mean, if people want that, good for them. They can live their life the way they want to, and I'll live my life the way I want to, and we'll see where we respectively end up. You know what I'm saying? Simple fights are more visceral and get your heart pounding compared to a 2D shooter. I don't find that at all. Dude, like, a simple fight in Escape from Tarkov is way, way, way more visceral and scary than a fight in this game. Like, Tarkov destroys this game for intensity. And that's not VR. PUBG destroys this game for intensity. That's not VR. So, I mean, you know, maybe you don't feel that way, and we can totally agree to disagree there, but I don't find that having the VR helmet on makes me care very much more about what's happening. What happens if you press E in this game? I don't know how to press E. I think you're talking about pressing Y, right? It's because of all your precious stuff you risk losing an EFT. Partially, it's also because the combat is really deadly. It's because it's complicated. It's because it just does more of a job of creating a world, because like in looting, for example, there's like items that matter, right? And like the maps are complex and people could be coming at you. There are many directions to think about in Tarkov, and like, you know, operating your weapons is more complex and interesting, and just the way that movement feels is more complex and interesting. Like, there's just many things in Tarkov that combine to create this increased intensity. Of course, at the same time, the fact that it's freaking broken and like doesn't ever work, you know, countervails that, which is unfortunate, but yeah. Can I give examples of games with DDA? A lot of games do it. This game probably does it. It feels to me like this game does DDA. And then somebody said that there was news coverage that it does. Last of Us has DDA. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I feel like you can get creative thanks to VR controls and using the amount of interaction with the world you have, like grabbing a head crab midair and shooting it in the mouth, picking up a steel sheet and using it to cover yourself from incoming damage. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that makes the game better. Like, I definitely like threw something at a head crab that was jumping at me early in the game and stopped it from attacking me that way, but like, that's not like good. I don't know. We're kind of comparing only a few years of VR design versus 40 years of screen-based game design. I agree. That is true. That is a correct point. However, I don't feel like designers are doing a good job even given the only a few years. I think there's lots of things that are clear about VR, and just people don't want to observe them and don't want to take the right design steps. So we're being slower than we need to be about converging on good VR designs. A game where you aren't moving around in space, but the position of your head matters. Yeah, so if I was making VR games, I would make room scale only, right, first of all. So I would say, look, if you want to sit down while playing this game, too bad, right? It would be room scale only, and, you know, maybe you would go from shootout to shoot. Like a simple game would be, you go from shootout to shootout, and inside your room scale thing, there's a certain predetermined amount of cover that gets ablated by incoming fire and stuff, and you just use that effectively, and you move around and you shoot guys in different scenarios. That would be like a way more fun game for me than this game. Already, like even without good graphics and without story. Hover Junkers kind of. I only played Hover Junkers very early, so I don't know what it has turned into. It wasn't like a full game when I played it. But from what I remember about it, no, what I would make would be very different. The best way to beat them is just to shoot them. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, throwing styrofoam crates at a head crab is not, like, it's just clumsy and weird, whereas firing the gun is less clumsy and weird. So I'll fire the gun, thank you. You play as the owner of the mythical indestructible bicycle helmet, and you can smash walls by headbutting. Maybe I'm thinking of a different, oh no, you're talking about a different game. I don't know. We're talking about different games in chat. It's getting confusing. Maybe if ammo mattered, you'd have to be more creative, but DDA, man. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. Like, DDA instantly negates any choices that you make. Like, oh, I've got weapon up. Like, all of it falls apart. Like, oh, I've got weapon upgrades, which make my pistol better, but it doesn't matter if it's better or not. Right? I've collected all this resin so I can get my pistol upgrades, but the upgrades don't matter, so the resin doesn't matter. So why am I doing all this tedious searching for resin around everywhere? Like, the whole game falls apart as soon as you have DDA. It doesn't mean anything. You don't think there's DDA? I don't know. I'm pretty sure there is. I don't know how there couldn't be. How could you verify it? I don't know. I mean, you'd have to sit two people down and have them intentionally play very differently. Just have one person miss a lot and empty their mags all the time, and see how much ammo they find, count how much ammo they find, right? Versus somebody who's conserving ammo. I should be getting much more shotgun ammo. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not. That's very frustrating. Like, what? I'm like, why is the shotgun even in the game, dude? So that might be DDA going haywire and not giving me shotgun ammo for some reason. I honestly don't know. And again, that's a problem you don't have if you statically place loot. Or if you have, like, hey, we're at the end of the level, you could fill up your shotgun. You don't have that problem. It could just be badly balanced. I don't know. Shotgun ammo is somewhat scarce in the beginning, if you remember correctly. I mean, how? I don't feel like I'm in the beginning anymore. And it's not even somewhat scarce. It's like I basically never use the shotgun, like almost ever. Any particular affinity for the Half-Life universe? No. Okay, so here's the thing. You know, like I said before, Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 were really great games, but like, it's not a universe. Like, Half-Life 1 was a universe, okay? Half-Life 2, Valve had this artist who did this cool Eastern Europe thing style, and so they retconned the entire Half-Life story, or not, retcon is not the right word, but they twisted it way too far until it broke so that it fit like, you know, like aliens are transporting everybody by train to Eastern Europe in the world. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you could have done the same thing a lot better in terms of storytelling. You could have been like, oh, well, the warp gate that all the aliens started coming through was in Eastern Europe, so all the Black Mesa people like formed a new lab there so they could like try to stop it, and that's why it's taking place in Eastern. But they didn't like do that. It like made way less sense than that. It was like everybody in the world is being transported to Eastern Europe so that they could be turned into Soylent Green or whatever. And then the way they turned the G-Man into like a weird interdimensional being or something, it was like not good. Like the G-Man from Half-Life 1 was way better. Like the whole like Mr. Freeman in like Half-Life 2, it wasn't good. So I mean, the games were both still among the best games of their times, right? Easily. Like Valve was a legendary game developer at that time. But I mean, Half-Life 2 was still pretty weird. It's like not a coherent universe. The Eastern Europe setting is great fun. It doesn't need to make sense. Sure. I mean, that's totally fine. Like, I'm not even blaming the decision to put it in Eastern Europe, because I think, look, if you have a good thing, like if you have this artist that does amazing Eastern Europe concepts, yeah, use that. Like that's a winning strategy. It's just the story explanations they wrote to somehow put everybody in Eastern Europe like doesn't make sense at all. You know? Like that was a bad play. You could have done it a lot better. That's all I'm saying. And so I don't think of Half-Life as a coherent universe. It's just like some excuses to make settings happen. Oh yeah, all the stuff about Gordon Freeman being the super savior was also bad. Like they shouldn't have ever gone that way. They shouldn't have ever gone that way. That was all weird. Like the writing in Half-Life 2 was not good. Like having the administrator of Black Mesa be the world dictator somehow. I mean, maybe that could have worked better. Like it's so weird. Like all these characters that were supposedly just from the Black Mesa lab are somehow the only characters that matter on the entire world stage in an alien invasion of Earth. Like, what? How does that make any sense? It's like a way to make your world feel super small and non-consequential. It's literally Star Wars writing. Well, new Star Wars, yes. Gordon isn't a very good physicist. G-Man appears in this game too. Yeah, I guess I remember seeing G-Man in the trailer. G-Man was already interdimensional at the end of Half-Life 1. I don't totally remember. I guess he was a little bit. But like in Half-Life 1, he was more like an X-Files guy. Like I still felt like he was an agent of like Earth government who was overseeing some stuff. And they had access to alien technology or something from some Area 51 kind of way. I don't know. I don't remember. But like in Half-Life 2, that's not what he is. And like, I just don't feel like I will ever think any explanation of who the G-Man is ever going to be any good, given what they did with him in Half-Life 2. Like, I just didn't like him. The health bar changed on its own? Wait, what? Did I regen some health while sitting there in the menu? Like... In Half-Life 2, he becomes a member of some race of super aliens that somehow can't stop the Combine except by influencing the actions of tiny individual humans. Yeah, like... It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember the end of Half-Life 1 very clearly, so, you know, maybe I'm just... whatever. Health bar didn't change. Okay. People are tripping. People be tripping. Do I still tape over the logos on my laptops? Yes. Yes. So this is my ThinkPad. It has its logos covered up. Will there ever be Half-Life 3? I don't know. Thought about playing Black Mesa? Nah. Nah. This is pretty much Half-Life 3 calling it Alyx, sidesteps Gordon Freeman fan backlash. Maybe. I mean, I feel like it's probably a little bit too small of a game to be Half-Life 3. Like, if it literally only has like pistol, shotgun, SMG, it's already... And grenades, it's already not Half-Life 3, right? Because that's too small for a shooter. What was the last game that made me feel awe? I mean, awe is a strong word. I'm not sure that any game ever has. The most recent games that gave me some feeling a little bit in that neighborhood were Steven's Sausage Roll and Opus Magnum. Both in very different ways each. You think Valve are waiting to see the reception of Alyx first? I mean, how long do you want them to wait, dude? These games take years each. Like, it's not like they're going to bust out Half-Life 3 in 6 months if people like Half-Life Alyx. That's not how it goes. Calling it Alyx instead of 3. It's an expectation management tactic. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, this just isn't Half-Life 3. Like, unless sequels are somehow allowed to be a lot smaller and simpler than their predecessors, which generally isn't how things go. So yeah, it's expectation management. Did Opus Magnum come closest to awe of any Zachtronics games, or just the most recent one to do that? Well, with Opus Magnum, it wasn't exactly awe quite, but there was a sublime feeling of things being really well done in a certain way. In a different way than from Steven Sausage Roll. You'd call it a sidequel? Sure, it's a sidequel. You've heard rumors that they're going to try and churn out another VR game in a short amount of time. Well, what happened to all the stuff about how Valve was making 3 full-size games, right? A long time ago? So Artifact was probably one of those, right? And then this was another one. And then the question is, did they think the Counter-Strike Battle Royale was a third one? Or did they mean something different? Is there still something in development that they haven't showed? Oh, Dota Underlords was the third one, right? Okay, so all 3 of the things that they said they were working on have been released. I guess. I forgot about Dota Underlords. Oh, they said they were working on 3 VR games. That's right. So the question is, do they still have 2 other VR games going on? Uh-oh, what did I just unplug? I don't know. Portal VR, dude, Portal VR would make people barf. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Left 4 Dead VR would be good? It might be. Half-Life Lamar. Dude, who wouldn't play Half-Life Lamar? I would. Half-Life, the pick up that can guy, I don't think I would play that, but I would play Half-Life Lamar. Half-Life Lamar. It might be bedtime for me, people. Did AVP let you play as a facehugger? Yes, it did. I think. Or maybe just the regular alien. You definitely could crawl on walls and ceilings. Yeah, Alien vs. Predator was a really good game for its time. That was one of those dope ass games, man. All right, everybody. I am going to go to bed. Thank you for coming by. We may or may not play more of this game. We may do a programming stream. Who knows? Who knows what will happen in the future? Thank you for coming by. And I'll see you later.